kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these.
Said little chick, you come book with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is passports, international shoes. Hit the resorts, I can stay at both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick to switch my room up, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't gotta work, I make travel moves. No 9 to 5, I make travel.
Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. I said I don't get no peace. All 52 weeks, 6 dang kids, get my social life cease. Yeah, 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 yeah. House full of kids, yeah, look like a team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up the stream. Giving everything I got to them, it's all my life seems. Look over there, Lily made a mess. Do I look stressed? The answer's yes. Gave her apple slices on her plate. She spit the pillars back in my face. She never sleep, she never rests. Thank God she's off the breast. Shallow with milk on his face. He's gonna fuss cause they all in his face. All these toys, I'm like, oh my, they love your tube and like, Lord, why? I want y'all to park those hoverboards, rolling on the right side. Get them snacks and still talk back. When we out there to know how to act. Yes, I cook, I damn sure clean. So let me show you how to make these beans. Gobble it, swallow it, drip down the salmon. Quick back in his mouth before I try to turn the flip. Tell them they can cheat, they can just bleed. Virtual school for ours, kids run on my power, talk that mess. Begging for a sip, all y'all want my juice and they want my nip. I never had to shower, just made up mind that they're going to bother. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Look out, there's more tissue, I need some wet wipes. I need them calm, got me ready to fight. Shallow just went, I smell popcorn. He needs a bath, my body's worn. They just formed in, that's why he's spinning. Bit my lip, boy, you about to be winning. When they quiet and snuck outside, they open up the snakes that I thought I snatched. Tired of yelling at my seat, I really just need to give me some weed. Y'all need to put that dangly thing back on the back of the remote. I forget their names. Every single day they barely take naps. All they want to do is play. They run down the house like the cops are behind me. I try to hide and I try to find me. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 House full of kids. I have a basketball team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up this stream. Giving everything I got to them. That's all my life seems. I heard a smash. They broke their glass. All these dang kids. Get that bucket and a mop. Y'all some wild old kids. Macaroni in the pot for all these dang kids. I'm talking a lot for all these dang kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these.
Said little chick, you come book with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is passports, international shoes. Hit the resorts, I can stay at both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick to switch my room up, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't gotta work, I make travel moves. No 9 to 5, I make travel.
Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. I said I don't get no peace. All 52 weeks, 6 dang kids, get my social life cease. Yeah, 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 yeah. House full of kids, yeah, look like a team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up the stream. Giving everything I got to them, it's all my life seems. Look over there, Lily made a mess. Do I look stressed? The answer's yes. Gave all on the right side. Get them snakes and still talk back. When we out there to know how to act. Yes, I cook, I damn sure clean. So let me show you how to make these beans. Gobble it, swallow it, drip down the salmon. It quick back in his mouth before you try to turn and flip. Tell them they can cheat, they can just bleed. Virtual school for hours, kids run up my power, talk that mess. Begging for a sip, all y'all want my juice and they want my nip. I never have to shower, just made up mind that they're going to bother. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Look at this more tissue, need some wet wipes. I need them calm, got me ready to fight. Shallow just went, I smell popcorn. He needs a bath, my body's warm. They just stormed in, that's like feeling. Bit my lip, boy, you about to be winning. When they quiet and snuck outside, they opened up the snakes that I thought I snatched. Tired of yelling in my seat, I really just need to give me some weed. Y'all need to put that dangly thing back on the back of the remote. I forget their names every single day. They barely take naps, all they want to do is play. They run down the house like the cops are behind me. I try to hide and I try to find me. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 House full of kids. I have a basketball team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up this stream. Giving everything I got to them. That's all my life seems. I heard a smash. They broke their glass. All these dang kids. Get that bucket and a mop. Y'all some wild old kids. Macaroni in the pot for all these dang kids. I'm talking a lot for all these dang kids.
We'll be getting started in a minute, you guys. I'm trying to get my other people from my other live to come and join us over here. I'm going to play another song that I wrote. It's a potty training song. So if you have a little one and need help potty training, this is for you.
If that line blue, you know that diaper stew.
Oh, y'all can't hear the music, huh? Y'all can't hear the music, huh?
Number one and number two, you choose your waist. Take off your diaper and just bend your waist.
It's my potty training song.
Let me show you what a potty is. It's real easy. This is what a real party is. I'm not buying any more diapers 2021 because it's time for you get trained to the potty, honey. If you can say I do, surely you can use the potty. You don't like your wife's cold, then I think I'm warm them up. Now I'm present when you push it, then you come and find me, and then you wanna pout when I don't wanna wipe it out. Potty yaddy 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 flush.
Oh, that's okay.
Yaddy 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 yaddy. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Number one and number two, you choose your waist. Take off your diaper and just bend your waist. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. No free time for me, busy changing your duty.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'll play it again.
Boo boo everywhere, Julia, do you care? What am I supposed to do with this? You do underwear. If your child dips, let me give you some tips. Mommy rule number one, have some extra wipes. Rule number two, don't get the blues because eventually they do what you need them to do. Ow, potty yaddy 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 flush. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Number one and number two, you choose your waist. Take off your diaper and just bend your waist. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. The category is potty, a test you need to be winning. Your bowels no control, too young for Kegels. Gotta be a mommy to understand my struggle. I've had 6 kids, ain't no stunt double. You can do it, run to the potty. Okay, mommy, think I finally got it. It took a lifetime just to get this far. No more diapers, no more wipes. I'm finally out. Ow, potty yaddy 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 flush. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Number one and number two, just choose your waist. All you gotta do is just bend your waist. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Yeah, MBM pal, Mom Boss Mayo, 2021. We on a roll, we on a roll. Like, share, comment, and subscribe.
Y'all.
Potty.
He is 5 now.
Peace.
Oh yeah, they do. They dance to the
Yeah,
song. That's why I
real
wrote it.
mommy shit.
Okay, back to the too many kids in the house because the other live didn't hear. Y'all need to come over here.
Get some chips and some
Well, I'm gonna
Kool-Aid
play it
for
again
all these
just for
dang
y'all.
kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these
South
kids. My
Africa
house
in
is
the house.
always crazy because
Proudfoot.
all these.
I can't wait to go to South Africa. I guess
Said
I want to
little
trip
chick,
to South
you
Africa.
can book with me
Cape
if you
Town.
wanted to. These expensive, these is passports, international
It's
shoes,
my
hit the
travel agent
resorts.
song I
I
wrote.
can stay at both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick to switch my room up, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't gotta work, I make travel moves. No, 9 to 5,
That's just part of
I
the
make
song that ain't
travel.
all of it.
Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. I said I don't get no peace. All 52 weeks, 6 dang kids, keep my social life cease. Yeah, 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 yeah. House full of kids, yeah, look like a team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up the stream. Giving everything I got to them, it's all my life seems. Look over there, Lily made a mess. Do I look stressed? The answer's yes. Gave her apple slices on her plate. She spit the pillars back in my face. She never sleep, she never rests. Thank God she's off the breast. Shallow with milk on his face. He's gonna fuss cause they all in his face. All these toys, I'm like, oh my, they love your too, but I'm like, Lord, why? I want y'all to park those hoverboards, rolling on the right side. Get them snacks and still talk bake. When we out there to know how to act. Yes, I cook, I damn sure clean, so let me show you how to make these beans. Gobble it, swallow it, drip down the salmonella, quick back in his mouth before I try to turn the flip. Tell them they can cheat, they can just bleed. Virtual school for ours, kids run up my power, talk that mess. Begging for a sip, all y'all want my juice and they want my nip. I never have to shower, just made up mind that they're gonna bother. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Look at this more tissue, need some wet wipes. I need them calm, got me ready to fight. Shallow just went, I smell popcorn. He needs a bath, my body's warm. They just stormed in, that's right cleaning. Bit my lip, boy, you about to be winning. When they quiet and snuck outside, they opened up the snakes that I thought I snatched. Tired of yelling at my seat, I really just need to give me some weed. Y'all need to put that dangly thing back in the back of the remote. I forget their names every single day. They barely take naps. All they want to do is play. They run down the house like the cops are behind me. I try to hide and I try to find me. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 House full of kids. I have a basketball team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up this stream. Giving everything I got to them. That's all my life seems. I heard a smash. They broke their glass. All these dang kids. Get that bucket and a mop. Y'all some wild old kids. Macaroni in the pot for all these dang kids. I'm talking a lot for all these dang kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 Too many kids in this house.
Okay, y'all. So that was that to the request of my people over here on this vertical live. You guys can come join StreamYard if you want, or if not, you don't have to. You can stay here and hear what you hear and see what you see. But on StreamYard, I will be showing pictures and video. So you may want to come over to StreamYard. Let's see. See if I get this picture. This one. This one. Okay, good. Alrighty. Let me switch to my headphones so y'all can hear me okay. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me okay. I'll switch my audio to my headphones and I have my mic on my microphone. Oh, let me stop this video. It's done. It started over. Hey, y'all. Hey. Okay, yeah, whatever. Who cares what you think? My man thinks otherwise. So, hey. You must be looking in the mirror. You think yourself looks ridiculous. Oh, I wish you feel better about yourself. I wish you feel better about yourself. Oh, yeah. Them the type of responses y'all gonna get from me. Hey, y'all. We are here. And oh, wait a minute. Let me cut this music completely off. I need to give me some crime background music. Crime, like true crime background music. Let me see something. I can have this without the music though. Okay, I think I got all the settings right now. Y'all let me know. Is the music too loud? Can y'all let me know if y'all can hear me good over the music? Overgrown, immature goofball. What? Whatever. What's making me look immature? I'm confused. Because the last time I checked, I was a mother that was out helping search for a missing boy that's been missing for 2 months. That's what I look like. And if I act immature, okay, and I'm trying to figure out, you still haven't said how I'm immature, and you won't be getting another response. So wait on it. You're being immature. Good. Y'all can barely hear music. That means we are perfect over here on StreamYard. If you would like to come join the StreamYard, Miss J, you can drop the link one more time on that other live. After that, I could care less. But today, what we are going to talk about is Sebastian Rogers and an interview that a YouTuber by the name of Web Sleuths did with one of the PIs that Seth hired by the name of Chloe. And so they were doing an interview with her, and then out of nowhere, Chris wanted to join the panel, and then out of nowhere, Seth joined the panel. But I wanted to review the PI's part because I have a lot of questions about how she acted during the interview. It's like if you a PI, then everybody on YouTube are PIs as well. So yeah. Let's see. But before we even get into that, I'm going to share my screen to show you guys that picture where you can see that picture. Actually, I don't even have to share my screen. Let you guys see that picture. Thank you, Elle, for saying my children are keeping me young. You know, people on the vertical stream, you know, they're miserable with their lives. A lot of people, you know, they come in from all over the world. So this person said I look like an overgrown, immature. I look overgrown, immature goofball. Where do I look like a goofball? Because I'm wearing my natural hair. Where am I looking like a goofball? I'll have on clothes as a mother. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so I uploaded the picture so I can show y'all better as a overlay. I'm gonna put it over me. Okay, so looking at this picture, this is the picture that was sent. That was the person said they saw him in North Carolina. And what I'm talking about to y'all is this sweater here, this sweatshirt. I mean, this hoodie. Because if you look at this hoodie, the coloring of the hoodie, and then you look on this picture, oh, it cut it off. Wait a minute, hold up. Let me move my banner real quick. If you look at this picture, it looks like the same color of the hoodie. Yes, my daughter did say the glasses do look different, which they do. Now that I'm looking at the glasses, they do look different. But thank you, Luna. Thank you. They must be jealous and blind. But thank you so much. And then, but it just, I mean, I don't know, y'all. It looks like her. So we just gonna leave it at that. It looks like her until we can confirm if it's an old picture or if that's not even Sebastian. We don't know. We don't know at this point. So we're going to get right into the interview because my girls have dance practice at 7 o'clock. Yes, we do have 3 hours to go, but this interview was 3 hours. So I'm going to get into it and I'm going to speed it up so we can get through the entire interview as well. Thank you, Taran, for shutting it down over here on the vertical stream. I appreciate you. I know what real men have my back on here, and we could agree to this, but still be cool because that's how life is supposed to work. But you know, okay, y'all. So this is the interview. Y'all said y'all can barely hear the music, so that's good. I'm gonna start the interview at the beginning. I'm gonna rewind, speed it up a little, just a little, so we can really hear it. And
you know what happened when he went missing. I'm just waiting to make sure that, oh, there we go. The chat is up and running and we're all good. So, Chloe, now, and you are working with Seth. That is Sebastian's father.
Correct.
And of course, he's always welcome to come here anytime. So please pass that along to him, and we can always put anything that he wants to get across on websleuths.com, the big, huge discussion forum that we have. So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing. It was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
and
between midnight and 6.
Right.
Of the 26th.
Yeah. 15 years old. He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home, and then he's never seen
again. Didn't take out the garbage or do something.
Yeah, trash out. Mm-hmm.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave
ever again. No.
Now let's talk about that night. When is, because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out. When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse, which
was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought it was Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No, Saturday he was at Costco. And we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah. So the last place he went before he went home was Texas Roadhouse.
Okay. And so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, you know, the people that weren't related
right
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay. And again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom, mm-hmm. and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at
Yes.
the website at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th. Okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly,
Okay.
they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen, okay.
at his job site at
On Monday.
5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well-respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, "Hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian."
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. But talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say. But
he's never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right. He got a lot of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And the fact that that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will.
And that's true. They all have received a lot of backlash, especially the Proudfoots. But I mean, they were acting suspicious, from the well, we didn't know from the beginning, but they've been acting suspicious since the beginning. So it's like, do you want your child found or not? So yes, I do know there has been a lot of speculation out there, and a lot of people, some people are, spreading false, narratives or whatever. But I mean, we have heard a lot of contradictions from Katie Proudfoot and from Chris Proudfoot. Even some things from Seth that I maybe didn't agree with, or or some things. So I mean, I understand that, but at least Seth is out there still looking for his child, and that's something that I can say that the Proudfoots are not doing. They can say they've been out searching all they want, but it don't seem like it to me.
Help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi, Kitty.
This is Boo Boo. He's a good boy. Crystal Piesky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things like that the police have checked everywhere.
This is what I mean. Like, y'all can let me know if if I'm wrong, but if she's supposed to be the PI, shouldn't she know whether or not Chris camper has been searched or not? I mean, let me know if that's been a good PI or not, that at least all the places that have been searched. So she can't confirm that Chris's camper has been checked by law enforcement. They haven't checked it. So just listen to like a lot of stuff that she don't know. And it's like, if you're supposed to be the PI, why don't you know? Or I don't know. She seems to not know a lot.
You would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. And but again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit
in the Riley Strain case. So I don't want to assume the police are doing their job. I want to know that they're doing their job. Like, I mean, come on now. All these missing persons here in Tennessee and all over the world, where just like the man that just was found, that's been missing for like 6 months, and he literally was found right by his truck that they've been searching for 6 months. Like, how is he literally right down by his truck where his truck was found, yet it took y'all 6 months to find him? So I don't want to assume law enforcement is doing anything. We don't want to assume. We want to know that they are doing.
Chris has a petition up, and it is a petition to get the FBI to take over.
Seth has a petition up.
Seth, Seth has petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved, but he wants them to take over. I think he's just frustrated, which I understand.
Right.
We haven't had any results, so I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it, is he wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean, above TBI in Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved, and I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well. So, but his goal is to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good. And I don't blame him. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And there's nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that. It's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Okay. And then this is another thing. They asked if Katie have a boyfriend, and she was like, well, it's been stated, but nothing she can confirm. Again, if you are a PI, like, what type of PI are you? I am Inspector Gadget niece, and I be on it. So in my room. Go.
Can I take this off?
Yeah.
And what?
Okay. Like, we should know this, because that's been said a lot, that since Chris is on the road a lot, that Katie, even in, and y'all may not believe in this, but in some of the little spirit boxes and mediums that I've been hearing, they also have been seeing in the cards that like Katie may have had, you know, a man allegedly. I don't know. So I'm going to say allegedly on that. But I'm just saying if she's a PI, either she knows and just don't want to tell the information. So then it's like, why are you on these people platform to waste time? I feel like she wanted to like maybe make people think like otherwise. Yeah. I don't have to go nurture anyone. They are nurtured. And you'll be the last troll that I respond to on this live. Because I don't have time. Same person in here ain't seen your kids in years but want to come try to tell me what to do with mine.
Because when I've seen it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you? That's saying,
Right.
you know.
Right, exactly. And that, again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Okay, here is a question. Again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night. But supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring camera.
I mapped, you know, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch, once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m. for Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time because it was chaos. But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, you know, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And they were, I mean, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all.
Crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Awesome Text Bud Nugget the first, chewing on his.
Respect your dogs and her
Yeah,
and
the dogs, the dogs, it's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know if what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Angela Conley said, did he take the...
Hold up. So if how does he... So you mean to tell me... So he has a habit of locking the door, but I thought she said he had a code to the door, which a lot of those types of locks automatically lock when you shut the door. So did the door automatically lock behind him, or did one of them lock the door behind him, or did Sebastian lock the door? Like, why don't we know these answers yet? And he's been missing for 2 months. That's what I'm talking about. You're supposed to be the PI. So at this point, you should know if Katie locked the door, Sebastian locked the door locked by itself, if Chris was really there and he locked the door. Like, we should know something at this point. Like, what type of PI are you?
Ben, I think you mean the trash. Out before or after Chris left to go to work. I think Chris was already gone, right? Or
Well,
no?
Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So Chris was not.
Right. That's what Chris has said. But has that been confirmed? Because in the interview, he also said that he had been home since before. I mean, he had been home since the 3 weeks as well. So was he home or wasn't he home? Like, this sounds like a Romeo and Juliet play. To be or not to be. Like, was he home or wasn't he home? Like, just because he said he hadn't been there in 3 weeks, right? And then he also said in the same interview that he had been home between that 3 weeks.
He wasn't
Not there.
He wasn't there. So anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I mean, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, I mean, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, you know, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. You know, it's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight.
Was it very dark or wasn't it very dark?
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, and, but it does depend on like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street. Which, I mean, these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I mean, I wouldn't think they're more than like a quarter acre, so they're not large.
Right.
Right. So if there aren't large lots, that means the Ring camera should have picked something up if he went out the front door. Like, you contradicting yourself. It was very, very dark. Oh, it wasn't as dark as I thought it would have been. Oh, well, it depends on the Ring camera type, the setting. Oh, but their lots aren't big at all. They're only like, what are we talking about?
So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah, that I don't know. I just, this doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody pointed out in chat. Let's just say hypothetically, nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in the house?
So she parked in the garage, always. But I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point, I would assume, you know.
She went out looking for Sebastian, let her tell it.
She drove through the high school, like you said.
Right. So, but, so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No,
okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically, you could put somebody in there and take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I mean, I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if
you would think a camera would catch what? Somebody putting somebody in the car in the garage. How? They're inside the garage. She's making my brain hurt, and we're only 19 minutes in. Where's Chris?
Lights were off.
Well, but again, if she, like she said, she drove at some point, she drove by the high school or whatever.
Right. It was daylight at that point.
Daylight. Yeah. Well, yeah. So she could have, you know, put something in her trunk or put something in her car.
And I mean, at that point, I mean, within minutes, if not already, police were called when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I just,
that being confirmed.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Let's see. Web sleuths, hold on. Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes, no.
Okay, but we don't know if the police have collected them.
You don't think, or you know for sure. Like, you're the PI. We are the ones sitting here. We're the ones sitting here that's supposed to be saying, well, I don't think, I don't know, because we aren't the PI. Like, you're the PI, you're involved, you're like, you should have more knowledge than what we have. I heard they have some devices that can scramble the Wi-Fi and mess up the camera. Oh, they do. They do. Come on now. That was on the movie Enough. Have y'all ever seen the movie Enough with Jennifer Lopez, where her husband was beating on her and basically she had to unalive him in order to get away with her and her daughter? Yeah, she had that device inside his home. That's why he couldn't call out and all that. They have all types of stuff like that. Why wouldn't Katie allow the police to search her work van? She said she had to have permission. Like, right, don't nobody care about no permission from no job, girl. Your whole child is missing. Talking about you ain't had permission. Man, what, honey? Y'all can tear through that van and we can figure out how the van gonna get fixed later. You worried about a whole work van more than your child?
Or anything, right?
We don't know.
No, okay, so
Don't know.
let's go
We don't
back
know
to
nothing.
the Proudfoot house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up. Do you know what the police have done inside that house to search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times by officers. They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff, to make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time. I was trying to build a rapport, but about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big
To
question.
my knowledge,
they use luminol.
They have not done that.
Tattooed Mama said, any update on the Ken Davis post? And I don't know who Ken Davis is.
I know what she's talking about.
About having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true, but the Ken Davis post is not the first time that's been brought to me.
So again, and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police. We have to have
allegedly Chris' mom done passed Sebastian off to somebody, but again, she don't know. Can you tell us? They should have just said, well, can you tell us what do you know? Because you seem not to know nothing.
At least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things, and they are, doing the searches, searching the house, and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs, absolutely. I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs. Okay. I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but they have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
So have they hit on anything, your cadaver dogs at all?
No. But again, like I said,
okay, so
my child was missing, and it's concerned citizens out here that's wanting to look for my child. Why would they say, no, you can't go through our yard with the cadaver dogs? No, you can't search through our house with the cadaver dogs if you were really concerned about your child missing. So at this point, either the child is not missing because you know where he is, meaning you've done something harmful to him, or you pass him off to somebody because you don't want Seth to get custody. I don't know. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, you're supposed to be the PI, so you're supposed to know more information than we know, yet y'all haven't searched their house or around their house with y'all cadaver dogs. Have y'all asked the Proudfoots, can we search your home with the dogs? Can we search around your home? Those are some things I will be asking. Now, if you ask and they was like, no, then okay, that's some concern. Like, then I'll be looking at you like, okay, well, at least the PI tried. She asked, could she search? They said no. She didn't say whether she asked or not. She just like, no, we haven't searched, you got to get permission. Right. So have you asked for permission?
Start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of the way. Let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And then
that's completely possible, honestly.
It is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
So I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay. Yeah. So did he eventually take one with the TBI?
I think he did.
You would think this PI is secretly working for Chris. I mean, I'm just saying, Chris tends to know a lot of people in all different industries and law enforcement. Who's to say that she really secretly getting paid by Chris, even though Seth hired her for his PI? I'm like, okay, he can do one with TBI, law enforcement, Nancy Grace, TNN, whoever he want to do a lie detector with. You gonna tell Nancy I'll do it. Then all of a sudden, when she get it set up, oh well, law enforcement told me not to do it. But what about the 2 months before? When law enforcement didn't ask you to do it, you didn't just volunteer to do a lie detector? No, you didn't. Oh, they told me I didn't need to because my whereabouts were accounted for. Were they? We don't know you were at work. Obviously, the PI don't know either because she don't seem to know nothing. I don't know. I hope she not getting paid. What, sir? Right, double agents. Like, we see this type of stuff all the time. Somebody really hired you, but secretly they boss done hired you to sabotage them. Because she don't know nothing. But let me make my baby cereal. Let me start this back for y'all. Now I'll be talking over if I need to. Oh, what I press? I pressed the wrong button. I done press my business website. Plan that marketing if you're interested in being a home-based travel business owner. I can help you with that. My bad, y'all. I do apologize. I apologize. Sorry. I thought you wanted cereal. Then why are you drinking my drink?
I can get both.
Yeah, you can get both, but why open up a whole?
And he said he passed it. Is that correct?
He said he passed it. I have no confirmation of that, but I do think he took it.
Okay.
And hi, Chasing. Good to see you, my dear. The story said, that's the story I understand. She already called Chris and was driving around searching while Chris called the police.
Right. I mean, their words were that she looked around the house for a few moments, went outside, got in her car, started driving around the neighborhood, drove over to the high school, which is Beach High School. And then Chris was the one who three-way called the sheriff's department, not 911, but the sheriff's department. And Katie said she was on mute.
Okay, so she was there and she heard it. Okay, but that's according to them. You haven't been able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release them as to us.
Why do you think that is? I mean, this doesn't make
a long time. Heather at Sumner County and put in records requests, talk to the sheriff, talk to several other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because
I mean, it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless I have a missing persons report, especially adults. But
everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI, and you've worked on many, many, many cases.
None as hard as this.
And you're getting just
I'm on that.
Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you, but I think we can assume if they're doing their job, they did. Am I correct? Okay. So again, all these normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify, they're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and caused
sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails.
I bet.
By a lot of people that weren't necessarily like pertinent to Sebastian's case, you know, so he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is. But the thing is, it would alleviate a lot of all of the speculation and this craziness if we just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do, like ask for the clothes, you know, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and you know, and ask for things like that. And again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get this question. Where did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI. And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or?
I don't.
You know, okay. So we don't know what's going on with that, but I would assume, well, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for an investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Okay, so why was she
exactly? And this is Heather Cohn. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her. And she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely. No question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS.
Okay. She in there? I have one question. 1 minute. I'm gonna rewind a little bit because just to make sure I heard right.
Especially adults.
And everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI.
Is she?
And you've worked on many
Seem
cases.
to not know
Not as hard as
nothing.
this.
And you're getting just, slammed. Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you, but I think we can assume if they're doing their job, they did. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, all these normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify, they're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and
I
caused.
mean, sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails
I bet.
by
I
a
bet
lot of people that
Yeah.
weren't necessarily like pertinent to Sebastian's case, you
Right.
know. So he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is.
Seems
But
like
the thing is,
they try
it would alleviate a lot of
Yeah.
all the speculation and this craziness if we just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do, like ask for the clothes, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and ask for things like that. And again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get this question. Where did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI.
Mhm.
And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or
Okay.
with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or
I don't.
you know? Okay.
So she's supposed to be Seth Rogers' PI. So why come she don't know Seth Rogers' results of his polygraph with Nancy Grace? I mean, like I said, I've been hard on Chris and Katie, and I have reason to be, but it don't take that long for lie detector. Like they know the lie detector results right then. I watch Marriage Boot Camp where they get a marriage lie detector test right there on the show. And guess what? They know of his deception right then. So my question is, why don't she, since she's Seth Rogers' PI, why come she don't know if he passed the polygraph? Like, why come she don't know that? Because maybe he didn't pass it, or maybe it was inconclusive. Like, just tell us the real. Just tell us the real. Did he pass or did he not? Because maybe have somebody asked Nancy, did he pass? Because I mean, she was hard on Chris. When somebody asked her, Nancy, Chris said, he was gonna take the polygraph with you, and she was like, yeah, he refused. So why can't we know about Seth? I'm just asking. I'm not putting blame. Because I don't know at this point who got the child, who did something with the child.
So we don't know what's going on with that, but I would assume, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
It worked.
polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for.
Okay, so polygraphs are inadmissible in court. So why was we so wanting Katie and Chris to take one if they don't matter in court? I mean, what's the point then of taking the polygraph? I mean, we know they don't use them in court, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, we so hard on Chris and Katie, have they took it? Did they pass? Blah, 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 blah. But then when we mentioned Seth, has he took it? Oh, yeah, he took it with Nancy Grace, but I don't have the results. Nobody is saying, like, okay, what's taking so long? What's his result? I mean, just because he's the bio fathers, we see bio moms and bio dads do stuff to their children all the time. So let's don't even act like it's a shocker if the bio parents done something to the children.
An investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is Heather Cohen. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather.
So this is your second case with her, but she the best. So after PIing one case, you become the best. When did that happen in the world? This is my second case with her. She's the best. What? Y'all need to stop.
Absolutely. No question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
I'm not gonna comment on that.
Okay. Chasing wants to know, did Seth?
Okay, so just how easy she just said, I'm not gonna comment on it. Instead of telling us all these I don't knows, how about you just don't comment? Because you seem not to know nothing as the PI on the case. So she's not gonna comment if Seth has a lawyer, and she's not gonna comment on, I can't even remember the thing she said. Like, girl, just stop commenting. How about that?
Fall asleep during the Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did. It hasn't been something I focused on.
Okay.
Hold up. So you mean to tell me you are the PI hired by Seth Rogers, and you can't tell us for sure if he really fell asleep during a Nancy Grace interview, or there was a rumor, and you supposed to talk to him and work with him every day? I'm trying to tell y'all, this lady is the double agent. She's really working for Chris and his family, and Seth don't know it. There's what?
Okay, so we just got so many questions here in chat. I don't want to miss some here, because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions, because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on.
She ain't answered no question, so it's still driving us nuts. Talk about we thank you for being here answering all these questions. She ain't answered a question. Every answer has been, I don't know. I don't have record of that. I'm not going to comment on that. What questions have she answered? None. The whole 30 minutes she been up here.
Okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right? So he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville is like very densely wooded, and it gets pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there. We've all been in it, and it's hard.
Exactly. But again,
not at night. So,
right.
And it's hard.
But again, not at night. I mean, not talking about going into that terrain. He would have had to have been on a camera. That's just all there is to it.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a Ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walk between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision, there's no cameras.
No cameras.
Right.
Exactly.
Wood, like,
now you have a vetted source making a claim
this right there
about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, we have a vetted source close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian.
So she have conversation of Chris supposed to being on call saying he gonna leave Katie, but no conversations with Seth, and that's who she worked for.
Has been missing, but previously.
Before.
Yes.
Before. And that's important because, and again, I'm not suggesting this is true, but you have to look at everything. You know, I'm telling you, the police would look at it like, well, is that a reason? Did something happen?
Well, and that's what Heather was talking about the other night on News Nation, is we've been kind of like brainstorming this domino effect of like, okay, he went missing February 26th, but there was a lot going on the 3 months prior to that, a lot. And we're trying to just timeline all of that out to see what the catalyst was, you know?
Well, and like Julie here, the comment says,
and to answer your question, Luna, he was on meds, if I'm not mistaken. They just recently found out that he was autistic, or like they knew he was missing the chromosome or whatever at birth, but I think they recently found out he was autistic and put him on meds, or put him on stronger meds. And it is possible that she gave him too much that night. You're absolutely right. I didn't want to make it seem like I was ignoring your question, because I wasn't. Right. Police never tell you not to take a polygraph. Take as many polygraphs as you want. Right. They're trying to blame it on the internet people. Right. What was there? Someone said they seen a kid with a bag in his head. Thinking here because what I seen in the video, if they dyed his hair would be his bag in the head. Exactly. Okay. Where's that video at? Elle, you need to send to me. You need to join my Discord. I'll put the link in the chat in a minute. Just because someone put it, they seen a boy walking around the path. Oh, who showed because okay. Not if you want now to. Right, yeah. He wasn't gonna be on no cameras with the construction site or the ring camera scramble. Right. I mean, Katie Proudfoot did work for Brink Security. I mean, I'm sure she know how to do all that.
The other PI, that's Heather, said in a previous interview there was turmoil at home. Can you comment on any of the turmoil? I mean, we've heard Chris talk about it, and we've heard Seth talk about it. About Chris didn't want Sebastian around his younger daughter,
Right.
and that was a big problem.
Right.
So, can you comment on any of the situation going on at home before Sebastian went missing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chris admitted to there being CPS calls. And I really think the way he described it was that it was plural. I have confirmation that those did happen.
But yeah, can I just jump in here? Yeah, he said Nancy Grace, there was no CPS calls, none.
Okay,
Right.
listen to this,
So
y'all.
kind of
He's lying.
backtracking on what he had said, you know, because I don't know if I told y'all the last time I was on here, I was like, I'm just posting their words.
Let me
Right,
see
what they have
I'm
said.
not even making a post with an opinion in it. I'm just
Right.
saying what they've said.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
It does seem like there were some issues for Chris with Sebastian and his daughter being together.
But Sebastian had not. There's been no reports of Sebastian behaving inappropriately directly with his daughter. Were
No,
there?
no.
Of course not. Right. And Chris didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, just flat out. And I know we're jumping around here, but I want to get to all the questions. Karen Lee says, can you comment on the scent to the retention pond? Did that turn out to be false?
I mean, the dog dove in the pond.
Right, Luna. Right. Chris said that. We know that. He didn't want Sebastian around his daughter. He called Sebastian a pedo. Yeah. So we know that. So you didn't want him around your daughter and then he disappeared. Because you trying to get custody of your daughter, which Nina ain't going. And I pray and hope Nina keep fighting. Your family and all that. All the stuff y'all did to her when y'all used to make those exchanges with your daughter is terrible. And your family is terrible. I think it was on YouTube, Michelle After Dark. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna put my Discord in the chat while I continue playing this video.
The initial maps at the beginning are a bit confusing. I think it was such a mass influx of EMA and officers and everything that some of it got kind of convoluted. Some of it was IT issues. So, you know, you can chase the dog tracks on the map, but some of them tracked on the app incorrectly, not necessarily the dog. But I mean, you hear on dispatch that.
Did hear on the dispatch where he was like, she just jumped in the pond, talking about the scent dog. The scent dog jumped into the pond. So was he in the pond? Did somebody like leave some of his clothes to the pond? I mean, because if the dog jumped in the pond, that's implying Sebastian went in the pond. So why can't we find him? But yeah, the scent dog did go into the pond. So I don't know.
We've gone through that pond. We have gone through that pond. The divers we brought in, you know, the searchers we brought in, we have gone through those ponds.
Right.
So not only did law enforcement do that, but we have, and there's no water in at least one of the ponds that's on the construction site. It's not like a big, huge pond.
Right.
Just like a mud pit at this point. It's like quicksand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's
that pond's been checked out.
I mean, I don't know a number right off the top of my head, but I think we have cleared, I don't know, a dozen.
Wow.
That's cool.
There's a lot of ponds in Henderson.
Yeah.
I had no idea until this.
It sounds like it. Okay, so Tracy wants to know, does the high school have cameras that could pick up an exchange of some sort with Sebastian and
They have
somebody?
cameras because you see Katie drive through the high school parking lot.
Right. So have you been able to get any of those? Any other than, do you have the copy of Katie driving through the parking lot, or was that already released?
Why don't I see night?
How did you hear about it? I can't say. Okay, that's okay. No, you're fine. Just give me that look. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we know so far. We know so far the last time that Sebastian was seen was that Sunday before he went missing, when he was at dinner And it was at the Texas Roadhouse. Was that the name of the place?
Yes.
Okay. And that was with Katie. Katie went home.
Yes.
Chris Proudfoot has not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right.
And he was checked out. Seth, according to Seth, the police have said, hey, you don't need to take a lie detector because we know where you were.
Yeah, I mean, he works in the Davidson County Jail. He's on surveillance constantly. I mean, he's not even allowed to bring his phone in.
Yeah. So
You know.
I mean, yeah. So he's cleared. But okay, here's the problem. We know the police have gone into the house and searched. We don't know if they've used luminol. We don't know if they've taken any cadaver dogs into the house. We don't know if we don't know how in the hell he got out of the house, because he's nowhere on camera, but yet he's on camera earlier taking out the garbage. So he's on a camera somewhere. So
but was that really him?
Why isn't he on a camera when he left?
I think the sun went down on the 25th at like 5:40 something. It was before the time change, so it was getting dark. What I've been told by the sheriff's department was it was around 6:30 when they saw it. I think the Proudfoot say 7. That's kind of semantics to me, but so it was getting dark for sure. I don't know that it was like pitch black at that point. I don't know if it was like midnight dark, you know.
But shouldn't these cameras? I mean, I have a little cheapo one here. It's infrared. I can see everybody at night. You know, you would think, correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but you would think that there would be a spotting of Sebastian on one of these 11 cameras that you mapped out, and there are probably more.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, there are no sightings of him.
Right.
So let's say, hypothetically, let's say that is correct. Okay, that there's no mistake, that he wasn't able to escape a camera and duck out of a camera. Let's just say that's correct, that Sebastian is not on a camera anywhere, leaving the house in the neighborhood. That means he is either still in the house somewhere, or he never made it home Saturday.
But, I'll be honest with you. I think Sunday. He still could have left the house.
You do? And not get on camera?
I do.
How come?
It's just a feeling, honestly. I mean, and being in that area and knowing my cameras, and I just there are places where he could have avoided them, and I don't even know that he would have done it on purpose. But
it could have just happened.
Yeah,
could have just happened. So, okay, what about Katie Proudfoot saying he went out without any shoes? Let me just tell you what that screams to me: that he was running for his life. And Seth has said that he doesn't like to go out without shoes because he got bit by fire ants once or something.
Right.
So, what do you think of that?
And I know autistic children myself that don't like going outside barefooted without, you know. So, like, why would he leave in such a hurry and not put his shoes on? Yeah. If he left on his own accord.
I mean, I think that's strange. We now know how many pairs of shoes he did have. I know that was being like very protected by Katie for some reason, but he didn't have very many pairs of shoes. His feet were growing, and he had gotten a couple new pairs. You know, Katie would throw out the old pairs pretty quickly, so it wasn't like, I mean, he just had a few pairs of shoes. So I think it was pretty easy to account for all of them, and apparently account for Chris's shoes too, because I know people have wondered if maybe he put his shoes on. So I mean, I do think that's strange. It makes me think it wasn't a planned runaway, and that maybe something triggered him, or there was an altercation where he fight or flight just left. You know,
that's what I'm thinking.
I really don't think it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah. Chasing said that he could have left through the back door. Now, if he left through the back door, would he escape all the cameras that way, or would he get the cameras of the neighbors that were in the backyard?
He would escape a lot more cameras that way. Their backyard is fenced. That doesn't mean he didn't go that way.
Exactly. He could have.
There's been a couple of people mention this in chat, and this, I'll be honest, it really does kind of upset me. The reason why the private investigators are coming on and talking is to bring awareness about Sebastian. Okay, they're not. Chloe is not going to release any information that she has been trusted with, that she has been agreed not to release. But if we don't talk about it, and if we don't bring people
with no information,
bring awareness to Sebastian,
I mean,
then people are going to forget. And I applaud Chloe and Heather for going on media and keeping Sebastian's case alive. Okay, so anybody in chat suggesting that what they're doing is wrong and hurting the case, no, it's helping the case. We have 1,300 people here in chat. Okay, and there's going to be thousands more download this talking about Sebastian. We've got, and we'll put Sebastian's picture up, and we've got the you know, the
It's
tip line.
been up.
This is a way to keep Sebastian's case alive. If we don't, nobody will talk about it and everybody will forget. And then Seth
Yeah, that's
will
another
be
language.
doing an anniversary show every year begging people. So thank you.
Yeah,
Chloe.
and I mean, I'll make a really quick point. I
We'll go back
mean, you
to
both
it.
know I don't get into all the crap.
No, you don't.
But private investigator doesn't mean I am not allowed to talk. It means I am privately
Right.
hired.
Yes, that's what people are getting the private and private investigator mixed up.
Right.
They think it means that you can't reveal your
Yeah.
identity, and that's not the case.
Right. I don't love doing this. I do
No,
it.
you don't. I mean, I had to harass and stalk you. You know?
I don't like doing this, but
Up a little.
you know, I think it's important, and I hope that it helps simmer down some of the crap.
Keisha Renee, that is what Chloe is doing. She's telling us what's going on, which is not a lot because the police
This is not
don't
an app.
reveal a whole lot.
Just
Ava
like-
wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Flashlight.
Some.
No, you put the flashlight.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us, and I think
If
slowly
you
they
don't
are
know.
having more.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation by the police?
You know, that whole email thing was strange.
Tell us what email thing. Tell us about
Well,
that.
several people had requested
Oh, that's right. That's right.
records, not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't
case.
release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And
Right.
and several people besides us received similar emails that said
Mhm.
that. Criminal can mean several different things, though. You know, it doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, you know, somebody is withholding 5 details about what
Mhm.
happened. You know,
Right.
I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and
Right.
it's not foul play.
Right.
You know,
Right.
false reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered. And it
Exactly.
can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
I guess that's true, but when you receive that email or whoever received that email, the way y'all posted on Facebook was making it seem like, oh, y'all look, they emailed me and said this is a criminal investigation. And then they emailed you again or whatever, or y'all called and they was like, oh, we didn't mean to say criminal investigation. We just meant to say investigation. Did they? We don't know. And criminal investigation can mean different things. That doesn't mean somebody is unalive. Crimes can be committed without somebody being unalive.
Here, let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, I do remember, thank you, Evil Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has,
Mhm.
yeah, I think early in the day.
My bad. So all these, I don't know, or I think they were at the auntie's house. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I think they went to the cousin's house. Like, you the PI, you don't know? How come you don't know?
Supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has,
Mhm.
You
I
think
think
or
early
you
in
know?
the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up.
Right.
Is it
You see
possible
how
that
she
someone
said
is
this
helping
what a lot
hide
of
him?
people are thinking, right? Because we're not in the case, so all we can do is think. She's the PI and said, I think they went to the friend's house. I think they were at the auntie. We want to hear, I know for a fact that they went here because I investigated it, or I have confirmed they went here because you asked somebody like Katie or the auntie or the friend.
And that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden.
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list.
Mm-hmm.
Along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet, that's pretty low on my theory list.
Mm-hmm.
But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible.
Breadcrumbs. It's for
But
2 months.
that's
All
not
we got
a high
is
priority.
bread.
And
We
people are
can
still
have
bringing up
whole
his
people.
clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done.
No.
And that's the problem. So let's see here.
I wonder why they ain't told her nothing. She don't seem to know something. Nothing.
Let's talk about
At least if the police
Chris
done told her something, she could
and
have got
Katie
on him like,
Proudfoot for a
"Your
moment.
law
They came out
enforcement
early on
informed
and
me."
did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on. I
Well,
mean, a week after he went missing.
Yeah. To me, that's early on. Let me put it this way: I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw their interview because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt, and that made my blood run cold. To be honest, it really did, and it truly troubled me. Now that Chris and Seth are working together,
Are they working together?
and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris and trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best. I mean, there's
You think or you know
water
you're
under the
there.
bridge. I mean, obviously, like I think they're doing their best. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
I'm sure it's a lot of feelings.
So, hold on, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, CUE. What is Q?
It is a missing persons like SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, you know, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because we have an incredible group of volunteers that, I mean, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? You know, and they're doing their best.
Why don't we know nothing?
That's not very many people in the grand scheme of like the acreage that needs to be covered, especially because the terrain is really hard.
Yeah, that terrain is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in.
Y'all don't judge me, but she looked like a pretty girl. She don't look like nobody that's going to searching in no terrain. Y'all may say the same thing about me, but I was out there. I'm just saying, I see a lot of narratives spinning, like spinning the situation. Like,
what's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we've gained. I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, "Okay, we're coming." They plan before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as
how long they gonna plan? Because he's been missing for 2 months.
Jessica London wants to know: was it for sure?
We're not looking for an object. We're looking for a person that was supposedly left their house on their own accord with no shoes, no extra clothes, no food. Been missing for 2 months. Like, how much planning do they need to come in? do something with my baby.
Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out.
The sheriff's department says it is. I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that.
Okay. Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.? I don't know where it says last seen Monday, the 26th. I don't know where that would be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer that's been released by law enforcement. I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight because that's when Katie went to bed. Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside.
I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
You know, he
I
Peter
agree.
Hyatt, and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
Katie holds the key out of everybody.
She does.
She does. So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them.
You're right.
Yeah.
She holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
Not all the information, but
Well,
you know, he holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right. And it's great that he's stepping back, that they're both stepping back to work toward finding Sebastian. Need some Z's wants to know, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. Have the Proudfoots agreed to have the K9 search their house again?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. We don't know. And again,
Nothing.
why they're not saying anything is beyond me. Yes, Bonnie's Journey.
All the PI not saying nothing.
Chris and Katie and Seth are now communicating, correct? They're still communicating. So a lot of people are asking, you're saying that's low on your list. The theory is low on your list. What's high on your list of theories?
Honestly, the only two theories I have are Sebastian walked out of the house. And I don't mean, you know, like I said, I mean, I think there was an altercation. I think there's some information that hasn't been shared. If that's the case, I don't think he just snuck out in the middle of the night to run away.
Right.
It didn't seem very planned. And if that's the case, I do believe he's very close to home still.
Right.
Statistically, I mean, I think I talked to you about this before we went on. Kaylana Turner, who was missing for over 400 days outside of Houston. I mean, they had massive searches. Texas EquiSearch came in several times. She was found on the same road she went missing from.
Isn't that amazing? And that road had been searched, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's assumed that she was deceased pretty much that whole time. And there's no foul play involved. So, I mean, I understand. And I've gotten these comments. Why are you still searching here? Why are you still in Hendersonville?
And it's like, well, why ain't no? And not that's the other thing.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows where he is, or he wouldn't be missing.
Not necessarily pertaining to this case, but why is the new thing to say no foul play suspected? Like before any toxicology come back, autopsies, they say no foul play. Just because you don't see nobody blundered to death or doesn't mean it wasn't foul play. Somebody could have gave them something to make it seem like they had a heart attack, or somebody could have, like, that's foul play, but you wouldn't be able to, like, talking about like what's the name? No, I'm just saying in general, like with everybody, there's stuff that somebody come up missing. All right, well, foul play has been ruled. What? How can you rule out foul play when we don't even know what happened? You can't. And even with Riley, like I said, no water found in his lungs. And then now, guess what? People that were standing at that hotel on the floor with the people with the frets said they were frantic about something all night, running back and forth between rooms. They was worried about something. Yeah, because they done something to him. I'm trying to tell you. I said no, it wasn't that type of frantic. Then why didn't the 150 of them that was there, why not now one of them went to search for him while his parents was there? They waved at the parents while they coming back from their banquet. They coming back from the banquet while the parents there looking for their child. Hey, I thought this was supposed to be a brotherhood. That's all what I'm saying. Not one of them helped them search, and it's 150 of y'all here in town. Yeah, because he was a sacrifice. That frat is known. I've been doing my research. That frat has done a lot of stuff like that. Yeah. And it's going to come out because like his mama and them said, they ain't stopping until they know. Why? If you were his frat brother and you were there, like if you know you didn't do nothing wrong, wouldn't you want to go sit down with the parents and tell them how y'all night went? You know, like this what we did, this, and this. And not now one of them done it. Ain't nobody assisted it. And I heard they lawyered up. What y'all need lawyers for? Okay. But back to Sebastian. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about with Riley. Like, y'all, I said from day one, I have a homeboy where he can no longer have children because of what they did to him when he pledged Alpha in college. I know what they do.
What do you do? Nah, I got nothing.
Right.
What aging did that require?
He was kicked in his groin a whole lot of times during hazing. Yeah, that's what happened.
And I mean, law enforcement has, obviously had massive searches, but things get missed.
Yeah. And in fact, Stacey, tell us the story about the girl in England, because that's a great example of things getting missed.
So yes, in England, there was a young girl named Tia Sharp, a young teenager who she was staying at her grandma and her step grandpa's house. And so one day, the grandpa said that she had taken off to go down shopping to get some new shoes, some flip-flops. And then, grandma came home, Tia didn't come home. So they called and reported her missing. And there was absolutely no sightings of her at all. Nobody saw her anywhere. And so finally the police, like I said, searched it many times, and they went back and did a forensic search eventually. And they found Tia wrapped up, stuffed up in the attic, what we call an attic.
Right.
And she was deceased.
And she'd been there the whole time, and they'd search the house and search the house. It's so frustrating. So that can happen. Melissa Hart wants to know if they checked the drains at the construction site.
I
mean, to my knowledge, they have.
They need to check Sebastian them
is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m. It was earlier in the night.
I'm getting a lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory?
Foul play. I mean,
of some sort.
Yeah.
Of some sort.
Yeah.
Okay. We've kept you here an hour. We're not going to keep you much longer than 4 or 5 hours. So
we can talk for a long time, but I probably end up getting in trouble. So
no, we understand. And again, we really appreciate you and Heather. Thank you, Heather, for coming to chat. We appreciate it. There are
Heather,
a lot of people commenting
she was
about
smart.
what I'm thinking.
She's like, girl, we don't know nothing.
And that is
going on.
Chris Proudfoot seems to, in my opinion, control Katie. I don't know if you even want to comment on that, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask. Do you have any comments on how the Proudfoots have presented themselves?
I understand that. No, I don't really want to comment on it.
Okay,
honestly,
that's fine.
Only because
girl, why not?
We're maybe getting to a place that we can refocus finally again and lay
right. You don't want to comment,
and so I don't want to stir anything up.
Yeah, I understand.
To focus on finding Sebastian, and that's
okay. You don't got to stir nothing.
I'm just a trashy person. I go in.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Tracy Witt wants to know: did the police check the roof of the school? I thought it was assumed they did.
I mean, I would assume they did. You can see the roof of the school if you're in the parking lot, but
aren't you a PI? How about you go search the roof of the school? What, the school gonna say you can't go? I assume the cops did. You need to be doing everything you assume the cops did because you're the PI. Which means you're supposed to be double checking behind the police, the law enforcement, to make sure they did what they supposed to do. I'm confused. I assume they checked the roof of the school. How about you go check it so you could be like, well, not sure if law enforcement checked it, but I sure did.
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to put this comment up here. It was really good if I can find it, about how everything just needs to be recanvassed. Everything. Here it is. Yeah. Daisy Rose. Don't you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been trying to do.
That's what she's been doing.
But it takes time because law enforcement releases this massive search and they don't have to ask permission to go anywhere. Right. Exactly. I, as a private investigator, can still get trespassed. So I have to have consent to be on people's properties. Also, there's a lot of guns in Tennessee.
A lot of people,
so I know. So it takes a little bit longer sometimes.
You've got to be careful. I want to rephrase this question. Do you think Ellie?
It's a lot of crime going on everywhere. So don't try to say it's a lot of crime going on in Tennessee, and that's why you can't go ask somebody to search their properties or whatever. Girl, bye.
Protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information. I'm trying to figure out why
they are not silent.
Right.
They are telling us things.
But there's a lot they're not telling you that you would think they normally would.
Yeah, there's a lot they are telling us, though. I don't think they're protecting.
Okay, that's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking
I
about?
was not on that property.
Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mom, this is a great question. Do you know of any other?
How about, have y'all searched the dirt mounds that I found? Did anybody check those? Did anybody dig those up? Like, you seem to not know a lot. People calling in with tips. Y'all should be wanting to go check every liable sounding, every tip that sounds like, oh, we should check that out. At this point, everything needs to be checked out. So why wouldn't y'all want to at least go check that property? Not to my knowledge. Like I said, she don't know nothing. Everything is not to her knowledge.
I just lost it. Missing 401 cases in the area.
Oh man, missing in Sumner, in that county.
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
We have a problem here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm
well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, you know, that's the state. But
girl, in Middle Tennessee, cut it out, girl. It's the 44, I think, missing children on our TBI in Tennessee that's dating from 2000 to now. I mean, that's on the TBI. I'm sure it's plenty more, but a lot they don't care about. Like, what is she talking about? There's a lot of missing people in other places. I don't know if she local or in Tennessee. I guess she here. I don't know. If somebody's hiding the child, even the parents have joint custody and they're allowed. If not, they can hide the child from the parent. Just say, I don't know if they have joint custody, but I know Seth was supposed to be getting custody after school ended in June. Seth was, well, first he was supposed to be getting custody, but then it was like they were saying Chris was trying to get Katie to agree. And even Chris said he was trying to get Katie to agree. So I don't know. I don't know if she on the internet, honey. She on internet, the PI. A PI, private internet. Because, honey, the British Crown, her stepfather killed her and hit her. That it's crying. Crazy. Some kid on TikTok tried to tell them to go look in some tunnels by their store, by the school, in the park, by the school. Right. I was back right there by the school and found some dirt mounds and was also getting watched during that same time. And then when I left to go back to my car, I was followed for 3 to 4 miles by a white van. Like, I called TBI and reported that. I don't know if it was checked. I even let Seth know because I had the guy that's working with him, Brandon, whatever his name is. I had his number and I contacted him. I sent them the pictures and the video and told them to go check it out. I mean, I didn't have a shovel. I couldn't dig.
You know, Summer Wells. Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed? I'm sure you've thought of those types of things.
Yeah. No, I haven't thought of everything, or I would have found it. But trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
No, we understand that. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I want to get some of these questions here that haven't been asked. Oh, this is a good one. Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know.
Luna.
Okay.
Honestly,
I wish you could stay a little longer to hear when
okay. Yeah,
come
good.
up.
That's very good.
But
and plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, yeah, I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
Really? No, that's interesting.
police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that
They
is.
came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed.
Well, I was
Many of my
followed.
searchers have not been threatened.
And I was
or followed.
I wasn't.
That could
I
just
don't
be.
think
Well,
Heather's been threatened or
I
followed.
take that back. I wasn't threatened, but I was on the Proudfoot street and I was talking with CJ. We were interacting, trying to figure out, where we were going to go search. All of a sudden, this blue truck came up behind my car, just hauling on their horn, like that was on their horn for at least 30 to 40 seconds. And then they yelled, "Go home." I live here. I'm from Tennessee. I'm living in Nashville. I don't have to go anywhere. I am home. And I wasn't doing anything. That was just one occurrence. When I was out there alone was when I was being watched and followed.
I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't consider that like a safety issue.
that could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey. Yeah, I like that word.
Very interesting, because yeah, I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them. But if there's no police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. You know, if you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you, or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
Chris finna want
I
to
don't
come up
know
in a
that
minute.
police have
Listen,
looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
Right.
but hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
Oh, I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it, and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions
I
for
don't know if
Sebastian.
he's checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume, since Sebastian is an Amber Alert, that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
In my
That's good
experience.
to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the
you
sexual offender that
assume
was
or
searching.
you know because
and
you're
could
the
he have been moved
PI
from
and
the
you
pond?
look
So two
into it where
questions
you
there.
know
Was there a
that the
sexual offender
pharmacies
searching? I
are
hadn't
on
heard that.
red alert.
Um,
Girl, you're doing a
Sex
lot
offender,
of assuming, but if we was doing
I
assuming,
hadn't heard that.
we'll be wrong. Oh, look at them just assuming stuff about the Proudfoots, but here you are supposed to be the whole PI and you assuming everything. I assume. I don't know. I can't confirm. I think.
Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
when?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now we are going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry. HELP.
Yeah,
At
in the chat too.
Okay.
Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org. And we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yeah, we need to report.
So,
I don't know who to report
absolutely.
to.
Let's see here. He's on camera, so nothing up here. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay.
How she don't know?
Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
Does Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
How come you don't
let's
know? That should be a
Kim Rice
yes
says,
or
regarding
no.
items for scent dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items do they have for Sebastian's?
I think typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, Keiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's
They
weird.
did. They went to Alaska, I believe 4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mhm.
And then I can't remember when they came back, and JLR chased them around. And then
And
they
that's
went-
Ugh.
hold up. JLR didn't chase nobody around. They chased him around. So that's what I mean. Are you really working with the volunteers or what? Because JLR traveled all the way from wherever he lived, Florida, to come help search for this child in all the locations he was last seen there with his mama and all that, and really searching. So what do you mean? They went to Alaska for a month, came back, JLR chased them around, and then they went to Puerto Rico. That is an absolute lie. They chased him around, and it's on video. Why would you say that?
It is terrible. Now, this is a good question. You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How does one become a private investigator?
Depends
a
on what
lot.
state you're in.
Don't go through who she went
Or
through.
what state you want to be licensed in. So
Yeah, I do know you have to work with a private investigator and,
Like
and do
nothing.
so many
You gotta
hours
do
and
nothing.
take classes and things, right?
Private
depends on your state.
investigator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked it up for California, and it's a lot. You've got to have like 2,000
Oh
hours. or something
well,
to work
shit.
in
Well,
law
clearly
enforcement
we know
field or
Chloe
something.
not
I mean,
in
it's a lot of stuff.
California.
So it's different everywhere, though.
Right. BW, I'll get to that question here shortly. There's been made mention of Sebastian being forced to wear pull-ups, which Seth, I believe, has confirmed, which I find appalling that they would do that the Proudfoots would do that. That's my opinion. Do you know what that situation is? Do you have any information about it?
not really more than what's been said.
Okay. BW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith. when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was, kind of everybody.
Right. Scary. It was very sad.
So.
Okay. And again, I don't want you to say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or that'll cause problems. And so if I ask any questions.
Yeah, I feel like some of it is like, does this help me find him?
Right. Exactly.
You know, it's like, yeah.
But the thing, I think the flip side is, if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with Sebastian?
I just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Chris Proudfoot? Absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Well, can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link.
Yeah, I heard Chris want to.
If he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I don't know. I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till Friday night.
Right.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think, who? Oh,
Chris Proudfoot. How you had to sit and think?
What would you like me to do?
You know what?
I can put the link in chat. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on this link.
Real quick,
okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if he'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird things, yeah.
Heather Cohen says it's real.
Okay, well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
I'll tell you what. You and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's that?
Well, how do I
mute yourself?
We'll mute you.
Here, I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help. And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out.
Oh, look. She said get Seth's picture out. That's what I be talking about. It's Sebastian. His name is Sebastian. Seth is the father. These people just be quickly saying stuff and be giving out information.
Hold on. Coming.
And we ask everybody to be respectful.
I haven't had a chance to
platform.
You have me, Chris.
Matters.
Oh, no crappy comments, please. Okay.
Right.
No
crappy.
About
a missing child.
Right.
And that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay. So who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot. I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay. You sound angry. Talk to me.
Very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. And the last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
so
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
This is where it gets good there, right here.
That I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Listen.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
So, Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me.
Okay, so why do Chloe have to reach out if her and Heather are working together? Chloe don't have to reach out to you, sir, if her and Heather are working together. Why you already coming up here aggressive? These comments are despicable. Okay, well, it's been 2 months he been missing. Y'all ain't gave us no information. What kind of comments y'all think is gonna come? Y'all immediately left soon as he missed, and I'm gonna go accompany my husband at work when she should be at home waiting on her child to come if he's missing. Like, you coming on here with an attitude, even though Chloe ain't said nothing. So I'm confused as to why you even mad at Chloe. She a PI and they gave us no information. So what are you mad at Chloe for not contacting you for? That's the first issue. Like, you mad at her and she ain't gave us no information. She been up here. I think, I can't confirm. I don't know. I can't say. Like, she haven't gave us no information, Chris. How about you give us some? Let's see if Chris gonna give us some information.
Information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Well,
okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation.
You really know Chloe lives there, or are you just saying it?
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say.
To this child
That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son.
Your platform, lady, because that's all he did.
That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son.
You're not his father. He didn't like you. You didn't like him around your daughter.
No, it doesn't matter. That boy is loved by me just like he's my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy, it's not to be rude, it's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian.
And so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing.
Hold on, let me slow him down, because so we can
you assume, you speculate.
He's saying a lot
crap,
of
you have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Oh, now you want to include Seth.
The vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, well, we pissed off.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying.
Either.
But again,
so let me help y'all something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, y'all have no, it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after we went missing.
Thank you.
I don't think
my parents went to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay.
Nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
No, it's out there, trust me, because I have
Okay, I did not say that.
Nobody said
you.
Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have
No,
terabytes of videos.
You said
of Seth on here saying some foul stuff.
they said it, sir.
I don't think
Well,
anybody
my
said
parents
that.
went to help y'all something.
And I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really
y'all
have no, it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after we went missing.
I don't think
my
anybody
parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went
Oh
missing.
no, it's out there, trust me, because I have
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
said
said that.
you.
Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have
just said
terabytes
they.
of videos
Oh my
of Seth
God,
on
this
here
is
saying
like
some bad stuff.
contradicting
I've got
everything.
videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust
let's
me. What I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So
good.
by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
He
They
didn't
went for
clear
2
nothing.
weeks.
No, we
My
still
stepdad
don't
went
know
on
no
business.
proof.
My mom went with
Chloe
me,
ain't
but
know
it's
her
really
job
nobody's
being a
business.
PI, so we don't know.
But Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing: when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell them, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean.
Right.
I promise you. We've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on. It is not
problem with thinking outside of the box. Does nothing but cause speculation. It causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything. That you're taking sources.
Thinking outside of the box does a lot. It helps us come up with other ideas and suggestions and strategies. What are you talking about? Just causes speculation. Y'all, this man is talking words. This is called word salad. He's just saying stuff.
Is away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But
it doesn't matter.
I did want to clear
it
up.
does not matter.
I
Doesn't
did
matter
want to clear
one
up, Chris.
iota.
I did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
See how he just lied and said, Chloe, you haven't even reached out to me, blah, blah, blah. Heather reached out to me. Chloe, you didn't reach out to me. And now she coming with the receipts. What I like, receipts that she did contact you, sir, publicly and privately. And you told her to ask her a question publicly. And she did. And you still didn't answer. Told y'all all he doing is lying, but he just want us to just believe he don't know what happened to Sebastian and that Katie don't know. Okay.
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make it clear
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted what
Funny how he said she responds to him in messages of thousands of other people, because I'm sure other people are contacting him, asking him questions. But you seem to comment to all the troll comments. You seem to comment. You seem to comment when people don't even ask you to comment. Like that lady tagged Nick Burris, News Channel 5, to tell him to look into that picture. Didn't nobody ask you to comment and say, this is not Sebastian. What you asking Nick to look into this for? You can comment to all those types of things, but the PI who's supposed to be out here actively looking for your stepson that's hired by his biological father, you can't reach back out to her, but you can reach back out to all the people that's saying all the negative stuff about your parents, your sister, about Katie, about you, but you can't reach out to the PI. Boy, bye. Tell that to somebody else, because we ain't trying to hear it.
Whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
I know that's not what I'm saying.
neglected.
That's
You
not what I'm
didn't
saying.
answer.
I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it. And I understand it.
We mad.
You got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere.
Sleuths. This is your platform. Why you all up here? Chris. I'm sorry. What? You need to be Nancy Gray in him. Nancy Grace in him. Because it seems like that's who you trying to be like. Like you ain't asking, all up here timid. Ask this man the right questions.
Anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know.
It seems like you're not in your own shoes because you're not out there looking for Sebastian. So whose shoes are we in? I've been in your shoes. My brother went missing for 2 days, but guess what? He was found 2 days unalived in his car with over 20 holes in his body. I've been in your position, sir, looking for a missing person. Yeah, it's a child. Sebastian's a child, but I love my brother to death and was out actively searching for my brother when I got word that he was missing. So I've been in your shoes, except the outcome of my brother is he's no longer here. You up here getting mad at this lady talking about she's not in your shoes, and all she doing is trying to get answers from the PI Chloe that ain't giving us any answers. So I'm confused as to why you so mad at web sleuths. Go over there and talk to all the other true crime people that get attitudes with them. This lady is up here all timid on her own platform. What about all the other people that's out there actively bashing you? Go get on their platform, because this lady she acting scared, like she's scared to ask you questions. You know what? Let's just play the video.
Know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child. No, but believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
I mean,
that's a $1 million question.
Chris.
I don't know.
You're not giving us any answers, so people are just coming up with, okay, well, do they own a funeral home? Oh, do his parents know? Do they know people in law enforcement? You know, do they know judges? Do they know doctors? Like, people just trying to figure out who y'all know, who y'all connected to now. In case, do you not see what's going on in the world with P. Diddy and all these people that he's connected to, with all the stuff that he's been doing? People trying to see who you connected to so we can try to piece together where this child is. What do you mean?
Clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot of
Stacey,
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So.
But of course he didn't respond.
But Chris,
to you.
I understand your anger.
He responded to nobody that's saying, is there any way we can help find Sebastian? But he's responding to all the people that's saying, you did something. You did. The guilty will speak.
But I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay, we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never. until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible.
So now it's terrible that what? So now it's terrible that people are coming together all around the world to help search for missing people. More brains put together gets people found. Yes, I do understand what you mean as far as about social media, but now we're actually knowing what's going on in the world, all over the world. At first, you just was limited to what was happening in your little city, in your little town with your local news, and that still was based off what the government, what the media wanted to put out, what they wanted to program in your head. Now we can learn about things happening in other countries all over. So social media is a good thing, I think. Okay. Before social media, things were bad. Things are bad now. Okay, yeah, we get all that. But I think social media has been great in these types of situations. Talking about she hated, but you trying to be like Nancy Grace. And where's Nancy Grace at? On the internet right now doing her stories. So how is social media the problem? Social media is not the problem. The people that are not telling the truth is the problem.
But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit, all right?
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, would be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples.
Right
I
now,
can have you
control
talk to
and
people that
harass
have
and
said,
dominate
yes,
right
the
now.
people at Let's Lose, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Just wanna-
But hey, guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger.
Yeah.
So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. Or his case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just stay with you. Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she's okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There's a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is has to. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, you know, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
angry, I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments, and that's how your audience wants to play this game.
Listen, y'all, he just said, I'm a pissed off dad. First of all, you're a stepdad, and you didn't care nothing about Sebastian. You didn't want him around your daughter. Now all of a sudden you're just a pissed off dad. Boy, bye. Tell that to somebody else. We're not trying to hear it.
No.
Then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm talking about. First of all, you can't tell that lady to turn her chat off. This is her chat, and people that's coming in her chat is entitled to their opinion. Quit reading the chat and answer their questions and ask them the stuff that you want to ask them, and vice versa. Quit worrying about the chat. I'm going to tell her, cut the chat off. and let's get to the bottom of this. Getting to the bottom of it on her channel ain't gonna do nothing. We need to get to the bottom of it in real life and find Sebastian. Tell her to turn her chat off. They don't gotta turn her chat off. Ignore the chat, sir.
Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a
It's their opinion. You can't tell nobody to not say nothing. Who are you? Y'all got something there. If you need to go start your own page, Chris Proudfoot, if you want to tell people what to do in their chat and how to handle their pages. And if she do that, which she did cut the chat off, because I did hear people talking about, yeah, web sleuth should have cut her camera, should have cut her chat off, blah, blah, blah. Y'all can't tell this lady how to run her channel.
Where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
Good for you.
And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacey, could you get Ping over here to help us?
And the other part of this is, if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard.
Everything is regarding
I didn't want to discuss.
Chris. That's why
I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think
come
it's
on now.
Semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months.
2 months.
And I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly.
We don't care about his bathroom.
Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not.
Okay, so if we're not concerned with his bathroom routine, why did he throw that in there? Well, you know, autistic children do have bowel and blah, blah issues. So were you mad that maybe Sebastian was using the bathroom on himself and you couldn't take it because you're like, he's 15, he shouldn't be doing that, because you sure seem like the type. You sure seem like the type. Even though he's clearly autistic and has missing chromosomes, you still seem, it just seemed to me like you like, ain't nothing wrong with him. He's acting. He's probably just pretending to be this way. Like, what? We didn't have to know his bathroom issues. Like they said, we trying to find Sebastian. So you didn't even have to throw that in there. Like I said, you and Katie find every chance y'all can to throw that boy under the bus. Oh, he's goofy. Oh, he does this. Oh, he doesn't have friends because he tends to be in their space. Like, kids are in people's space. Like, y'all always trying to make him look like slow and like don't nobody want him to be around. We catching all that. I am anyway.
Not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't.
Yes, you were correct. No, you were correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't, and he needs to learn how to close it, because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation. While everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff, Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not an aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling the situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, "Look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it," which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, "Thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time."
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back and then you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met. I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, what he's saying.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah. And it's like an energy vampire, you know, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am.
How tired he is.
So I would love
not looking for Sebastian. What is he tired from? Going back and forth to Memphis to work? Going out motorcycle hunting for new motorcycles. What is he tired from exactly? Well, you know it ain't. No one knew he had bathroom issues until they told it. I don't mean YouTubers. I don't mean Facebookers either. They're the only ones that knew the bathroom. Exactly. Only families that have autistic children were like, come on and said, oh, Sebastian had bathroom problems at school. They doing this. They say anything they can to embarrass their boy. They do everything that they can to embarrass him.
Direct back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. You kept it all quiet.
Can we see the results?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right, and you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday.
He told us he had already took one, or he would. Like, we don't know if he's telling the truth. We don't know that.
Passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him, and I said, I've listened to y'all from the.
Okay, so if they told Seth that Chris passed the polygraph, why Chloe on here talking about she don't know? Or I can't say, I think, I thought, I wish I could, I think I can, sounding like the little engine that could.
I'm listening to you now, so please do what you feel is best.
Okay, so you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which, you know, another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up because some people,
like people don't.
And yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because if you ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record for myself, I've never seen that.
It's possible.
Exactly, because it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the word, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old. Instead of when you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
I agree.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't think
for the record, right. So for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything, you don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just gonna sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
Do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm gonna tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state, with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet hell I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. It ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that.
I can imagine. That's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have, and I refused to release it because
court documents on. Let me ask you this: on who? Me, Seth, Katie. Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so
let me finish. And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof, but they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's going on.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together.
The public to stop searching because they know where he is, and it ain't gonna be good. Because I'm just confused. Like, just because people as law enforcement don't mean that they know what they're doing. We see inexperienced cops and all that all the time. Rookies unaliving people for no reason. Like, so whatever. Just because somebody has a title don't mean they actually know what they're doing. Because clearly Chloe is up here as a PI, and I'm still not convinced.
But that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
It is, but if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys. Let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there, and believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey?
He know what
Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
Zero money.
It's not
And we
monetized.
don't
Not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web-
that's
The
why-
reason why I asked
So I
that,
would know.
That even matter?
It's completely free.
Well,
on the web.
What does it matter if she's monetized or not? So, and she is spending her time reporting on this. Just how you spend your time going to the construction site, helping the hospital. Don't nobody have to be going out physically doing a job, working, making somebody else rich for you mad because she got sitting got a platform to talk on. Take this. And I'm monetized over here and I'm talking about it. And I'm a mother of 6 and I'm spending my time talking about this case out there searching. I can deserve to make a few coins if my supporters want to send me something because I was out there actively searching or because they just want to support my channel and help it grow. How you gonna be out here insulting these people?
Right. No
so the reason why I'm asking that question, okay, is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make this money, I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I said, we make zero money. It costs us money to.
And I appreciate it and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, you know, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like, I told
Well,
Chris
this interview
earlier,
ain't gave us
everybody
no
that's involved in this
information,
case is
so
under a
you should have
microscope.
been
I've
making
been
some
ripped to
money from
shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like, the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly in this.
What do you mean stay off YouTube? Why is YouTube the issue? People are on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Why is YouTube the issue? Because the YouTubers are the ones that are actually out there looking for Sebastian. So that's why the YouTubers seem to be a problem for you. What? Is this a take down YouTube campaign? Is this the real narrative that they're trying to take down YouTube? Like, what's the problem? Because my channel is monetized, but guess what? It costs me money to do this also. My time is worth money. And when y'all learn that your time is worth money as well, you will quit shortchanging yourself. That lady got every right to, if she was monetized, to be monetized. She's spending her time doing it. In the world. So my time only matter if I go to a job making somebody else rich. My time don't matter when I'm spending my own time doing my own type of community work or purpose work. Well, this man is a joke.
We completely change narratives and the direction, and it would stay focused completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This call, this podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now. We can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well. Then.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. Well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
Hold up.
I don't know.
Hold up. I'm gonna take that this is the section of the video where Seth is gonna come up. My only question is, and anybody can answer. You can even answer in the comments after this video is over. She just said there's someone that wants to come up, but I'm not sure if you want them up here. Mind you, I'm sure this is Seth. Mind you, who's on the panel? Chloe and Heather, the PIs of Seth and Chris Proudfoot. So why would she say someone wants to come up, but I'm sure you may not want them up here, but they're supposed to be working together to find Sebastian? Like, y'all are so messy. Why wouldn't he want Seth up there if they're supposed to be working together to find Sebastian, and you up here interviewing the PIs that Seth hired? That don't even make sense. Y'all are just, I'm not sure if you will want him up here. What? The biological father to the child that y'all up here talking about? Wow. This was all over the place, and you should have been monetized.
For the love of God, I wish I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of.
So, Chris, I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
How do you know?
If anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to...
You've been a part of the investigation since day one, but you weren't in town. So how do you know Sebastian stepped onto the front porch and just disappeared into thin air like that? What? Where's the video of him on the front porch? I know you say you can't tell us everything, but we can at least see, oh, well, he did at least make it to the front porch. Like, what? We know you know because you was there. Like, you and this attitude ain't gonna make nobody stop saying what they're saying. You not scaring nobody with your, well, I've been in part of the investigation since day one, along with everybody else.
Where Sebastian has went? Because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
Right.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate...
How did he have to walk off the front porch? Y'all got a garage door. Y'all got a back door. If they have nothing, you don't tell people nothing. Where to look? I don't know what to look for. Look for a boy, but there's other stuff like the shirt. Right. We know what kind of jacket he had on, what kind of pants, what color shoes. What color was his shirt? What color was his shirt? What color was his socks? Oh, he didn't have shoes. My bad. There's not that much. They're told little, and they're not much to go on. The picture seemed to be old of a younger boy. You want him found, then put out the right. Exactly. Younger boy. Right. They put out a whole picture looked like him when he 8 years old and he 15. Got us looking for an 8-year-old. Right. Make us wonder, but then he up here with attitude, want to tell her to turn her chat off. Want to tell Chloe and that she ain't tried to contact him. She done told him she have. Basically saying, don't nobody need to be listening to nobody on YouTube. Like, what? Seem like the people on YouTube must be onto something, sir. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying they don't need to be listening to the people on YouTube. I want those people who couldn't go out there and do it. I won't say who, just saying some of them won't be able to go out there and look without you. Right. Exactly. And I was one of them. I had a whole rental car out there searching for somebody else's child, paying for a rental car. Right. Right. Making flyers, print flyers on using my own color ink on my own printer. And ink ain't cheap. My own gas. My own feet and hands. My eyes, my ears.
If somebody was in my house or
No,
somebody's
I'm not
taking the child
insinuating
outside of my house,
No,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back.
He gonna say I don't play games here. You've been playing a lot of games. That's all you've been playing is games, sir. You heard them ask several times. How do you know he walked out the front door? You talking about? Or is that a question? Oh, I'm just trying to be. I'm just trying to know. I don't play games. You've been playing a lot of games, and you and this. Let's make this crystal clear. I need to put that on the shirt. Let's make this crystal clear. Is that your favorite thing to say? Let's make this crystal clear. Make what crystal clear? You making it crystal clear? It's still there's no clearer to us. It's still blurry. It's still blurry. Nothing is clear. We don't wear our shoes to bed. If Sebastian was taken out of the house by a person that forgot to put his shoes on, big mistake, because Sebastian had a fear of walking on fire. Right, like, man. Let's hear what he finna make crystal clear.
Door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
Every door was locked. By who, Chris? There you go again with that. The door was locked. The door was locked by who? Who's the door locked by? The door was locked by Sebastian. The door was locked by Katie. The door was locked by you. The door was locked automatically. Who was the door locked by? Oh, Shallow said Sebastian Rogers. I don't know.
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on.
They got to do
and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like?
You can bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link.
Oh,
so jump on up.
My bad.
Okay, Gray.
It was great.
I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacey, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for, and I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. that style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie,
What color?
a long sleeve shirt.
What
On the front
color?
of that shirt is probably one of 3 depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of 3?
Right.
I didn't say one of 3. I said one of 3 depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so
So
three different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's 3 different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had 3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said 1.
Okay.
Right,
Can
but
I?
I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
You think y'all slow?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I
Why
had
is he asking questions with a question? What? Okay. Why is he? They tend to know he only got 3 pairs of shoes. They tend to know a lot of stuff about it. So now you don't know if you just said it had this, or this on it. So you can't go in his closet to see, okay, well, we got the Spider-Man one, we got the Minecraft one, so it means he had this one on. Like, Chris, you was just so full of it. So full of it. Well, can I ask you a question? Well, do you know every color shirt? I don't, because I have a whole lot and a 2 minutes account. I ain't gonna even sit here and lie. I have hundreds of pairs of shoes. I wouldn't know. But we're talking about Sebastian because y'all tend to be so, oh, he only had 3 pairs of shoes and they're all accounted for. He only had 4 shirts and they're all here. He only had 8 pair of pants. Like, so you can't tell us which black shirt he had on? Boy, stop. Stop it. These people putting in their time and money and taking like mom boss her own children, going looking for their child. Even the child looked right. But he's talking about don't be listening to YouTubers. I have my whole 5-year-old out there passing out flyers looking for your child through the construction site, through the cemetery. Just so rude. Oh. Welcome, servant of God. Amen. Jehovah God. Yes, ma'am. He just can't answer her question. Can I ask you a question? Well, no, answer her question first, then ask her a question. CP is in panic attack mode. The noose is tight and he won't be blamed. So Katie is up for you. Yeah. Yeah. Like, what? Let's rewind that a little bit more. Like, answer her question. You tend to know it was Minecraft, Star Wars, or whatever. So which shirt was it? Don't try to ask her about her closet because she probably got hundreds of shirts like I got. Y'all the ones that sold on the number. Sebastian, 3 pair of shoes, 4 shirts, 8 pants, 3 pair of socks.
Between
right, but
3
wait a
of
minute.
them. Yeah. Which of those?
Okay.
Right.
Shirt had 1. It's not what I'm saying.
3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am.
Minecraft
I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said
He didn't say
1.
3 either.
Okay.
Right. But I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify?
You're not going to twist her up. She didn't say 3 either. She basically trying to ask you which of the 3 characters was on the black shirt. Have y'all confirmed that? She didn't say you said all 3 characters was on the shirt. You trying to trip her up and then gonna say, well, can I ask you a question? Instead of answering her question.
Which of those 3 depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait a
of
minute.
them, if
Well,
I
hold
had
on a
to
minute.
choose between 3 of them, I could.
Right.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so
Not
are you saying
break up.
that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things? Or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Got it.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
you know, multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
okay.
I'm not
Well,
telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know what
trying
you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were
Or
long
black.
sleeve and black. So you
so
can't
here,
identify.
let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that
That ain't telling us nothing. We want to know what picture. You tend to be clearing up everything, but not clearing up nothing. Hey Eve, you said you go by Eve. Hey Eve. People out there looking may not be happy with CP because they're out there looking, but him and Katie are not where people can see them. They even left town. He made me angry, but these people might. Wait a minute. Might CP, they might be a bit angry that you and Katie are not out there looking. Exactly. Right. They also claim that they take off their shoes at the door, but they got a picture of him in the house with the shoe. Exactly. Yeah. All these contradictions. And they think we slow. Like he still didn't even answer the lady question. And apparently no respect. Talk to them that are looking for you. Stop song and Katie. No respect for the people that have been out there looking. Right. No respect for the people that's been out there looking for your child. Quit listening to watching YouTubers. The YouTubers is the ones that's been out there. And even some TikTokers. CP did not foresee half the world mother. Exactly. You're exactly right. That's I totally believe that. He didn't know that this case was going to get the world's attention because with so many missing people and children in the world, they still not getting no attention. But for whatever reason, Sebastian captured our heart and we ain't going to let it go until he found it.
and that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet. I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken, you know, the flashlights, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and I kept sending him the map and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the 2 parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So with that being in mind,
Nobody
you're
said
one.
none
There
of
are
that.
millions out there that think otherwise.
I would
So,
never
didn't say
expect
you.
you to come on.
But
I'm not saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment
So
after comment.
what?
That
Y'all
are really
can't tell
suspicious
me
of
how
him.
They just
Man.
closed the chat. I'm not
Yeah,
even
like
looking
you
at it.
had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question, was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry.
No.
But once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with
Just like, okay, just like I could have sworn this interview was what? Was Chloe the PI, and then Chris sent somebody a message wanting to come up. Didn't nobody even invite you? So you up here with all this animosity towards her subscribers, her people that's interested in finding this young man, and you mad about the chat and what the chat's saying. You supposed to be up here concerned with the PI and finding Sebastian and the people on the panel. Forget the people that's in the comments. You too worried about the comments, which makes you seem guilty.
Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to create anything. I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, oh look, he's soothing Chris's ego. Listen, I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal, but everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single
well, let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset.
Right. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
Okay. I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make a statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No.
Ain't nobody.
You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wouldn't spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking for clarification,
let's clear it up.
So as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so when we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand,
what happened?
When you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess what? That's the great thing.
Him with the belt one time on the outside of his clothes. Like the people said, he forgot his belt and you was mad. So you was like, the punishment got to meet the crime. So you hit him with the belt because he forgot his belt, which that makes no sense to me. Like, why did you hit him with the belt? Go on and say that's none of our business, but this whole child is missing and been missing for 2 months. It's definitely our business now.
That's a great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
That's
if I was leaving, if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
So by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back up and say what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you'll leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run it.
Faye, I have a question. CP has one defender that tells a story of Big Phil. CP hit Sebastian on his birthday on the 7th of December, which that is Sebastian's birthday. He said multiple times it was years ago. Yes, he did. He keeps saying it was years ago. And then when he was on Nancy Grace, he told her about when the CPS worker came out, like all these lies, but he expected us to believe him. Like, whatever. He's lying. And he did call him a some 15-year-old boy. Okay, so did you hit him when he was 15 or did you hit him years ago? Yeah. They've been coming, right? People been coming from other states looking for your stepson, sir. But you want to talk bad about these people. It takes time to remove a belt you're wearing to hit a child. Exactly. Well, I heard that Sebastian didn't have his belt like for school on, and Chris wanted him to have a belt, so he made him go get his own belt, and that's the belt he hit him with. I could be mistaken, but that's what I thought. He made Sebastian go get the belt that he forgot to put on and hit him with the belt. Too many lies in my dad said if you start lying, you have to remember everyone. Exactly. Right. You're going to have to, yep, right. A lie to cover another lie.
That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing. You're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that. Let's.
We just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no, it's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about the situation, and she asked me if I'd ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that.
You don't have to know exactly when CPS was called on you, but you know the years. You tend to know everything about Nina, about your daughter Faith, about everything else, but you don't know what year CPS was called. Cut it out and tell it to somebody that don't have ears.
Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay. Now, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why. And Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right. Because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. Once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done,
oh my God, I
have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. Thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
I'm more than
go back to one video and show me where I have it. I've also said that our family prays for
I was a concerned mom of 6 out there looking for your child, not a YouTuber.
Everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah, I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, I can't remember the names of their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were,
calm,
and yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show. Because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With
I can't remember Smiley stories. I just tried to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she was the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse.
Well,
Things
so
have
that's
changed though
we
over
already
time. Like
figured that
nowadays,
out, but
it's
I get it.
considered abuse, and maybe that sort of
understand,
is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit.
Even Steve.
But
Thank
it's
you.
like,
Yes.
but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for out, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for
Well,
a
tell
lot
the
of people in
CPS
society.
that
It might
it's
not be.
normal, and the children will be like, I'm finna call CPS on you. Not my children. I'm just saying children out here doing it. Tell CPS that hitting the child with the belt is not abuse. Tell them that. And watch how quick your child be out the home. Like,
For some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were
I
off,
honestly believe
not
they
in this
end-
particular
hold on,
chat right here.
Let me pause this real quick because I believe they end on the trafficking of the children. I always want to separate the children from parents that love them. Now I do know it's some bad apples out there, moms and dads, but I see a lot where they try to separate the children from parents that really love and care for them and put them in the care of foster parents as abusers and don't want to do nothing but get the check.
It wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. Would be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
Best speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir.
I put Proud Food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah. So I've been called Bradford, Proudfoot, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
Really,
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this. People, it's enough as it is.
This is the other thing. Why come Katie don't want to tell us about the thud? She was the one there. Why is Chris telling us when he supposedly wasn't there? When they was on that 3-hour phone call, he didn't even mention nothing about Katie told him she heard a thud. Or, that he heard Katie say, Bubba, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. Like, he didn't even mention that. So why is he telling us about the thud? I don't want to hear about the thud from him. I want to hear about the thud from Katie, the person that actually heard it. You would definitely know around when it ended. The end of CPS case feels like you won the lottery and you'll never forget that day. Okay, well, what I want to let you know, even Steven, is I live in Nashville, and December the 18th is the last day of school for my children before Christmas, which will be the same in Hendersonville, 20 minutes away. So school was definitely in on December the 7th on Sebastian's birthday, just to let you know. So he definitely could have reported it to a teacher. He had a whole week and a half left of school, and that's probably why he waited. Who knows? But just know, school was definitely in on Sebastian's birthday. After people have been looking for him for this long, and we've seen how they've searched and so wide that they've searched everywhere with dogs and everything, and there's nothing, not a single thing, and wonder why people think the way they do, making these comments that you don't like, about what might have happened to a child and who might have did it, but you was the person. He was the one with the belt and hit him with the belt and spot. Right, exactly. Right, all that.
I'm not putting her through this.
You are the one that didn't want. You know what? Put my camera on for these. You are the one that didn't want. You are the one that didn't want Sebastian around your daughter. You are the one that called Sebastian a pedo. You are the one that was like, oh, he's goofy. You are the one that said he don't have no friends. You are the one that said you hit him with the belt. You are the one that just told us that he boo-booed and pee-peed on himself at this age. You the one that just told us a lot of things to make us look down on him.
I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian.
Nina says otherwise.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud.
Nina said that you slung the baby car seat against the wall because the baby wouldn't stop crying. Nina said that you hit her daughter in the mouth when she had braces and busted her lip. Nina said that you hit her 3-year-old child and said he needs to learn because he's a man. Nina said that when y'all was exchanging the daughter, your parents now was like telling you, because you got in her car to get something, told you all you have to do is put the car in reverse and run her over. Nina said like all these things that y'all done had her served while y'all switching to have the baby out for the weekend. Y'all having her served, got her scared. Y'all finna run off with the baby. All these things that, and she's the 4th wife. I wonder what the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wife have to say. And they don't make you unalive her because you have a lot of done had multiple wives. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just trying to figure out. Katie not saying nothing. Sebastian done said a lot, and he's missing. Nina has said a lot. She miles away from you. Don't want you to know where she at. Don't want you to have no involvement with your own child that you didn't even want anyway. You want her to unalive the baby. She didn't went off and had the baby on her own with her parents, and then here you are in a hospital acting like you just the best husband of the year, and you don't even want the child, but now you want custody. Man.
That's it.
But didn't she
knock her
ask?
off and go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, "I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed." I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her.
Oh, he did.
And he did respond back to her. Do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, "Yes, ma'am."
That's like, ooh, we won, y'all. This needs to
No, I mean,
celebrate.
we're clearing things
I
up.
would think.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up. You know.
There was a
Unless
noise.
they
Katie
don't
heard it. She
care about your
responded.
children,
Sebastian
you
answered.
wanted them taken away. You know.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help, and it feels like that you just are like that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
No, what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean, Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not.
But Katie not going to give us that because Katie not talking. So why can't you, Mr. Let's be clear? Why can't you, Mr. Let's be clear, and tell us what time Katie heard the thud? Mr. Know-it-all. I'm not going to give out those details. Or Katie can give those details. What? They don't want this child found. They don't want this child found. They don't.
Not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
What?
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because of how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right.
Well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark.
I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras.
I'm sorry, y'all missed that part. I'm getting the kids ready for next.
Right. Is there a pop in the subdivision whatsoever? If you go, I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
On that, but
he's not on.
The bizarre.
Because I want people to help find Sebastian, and it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
the bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
It, there's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because of how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
well, he even told me. I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality. As I mean, the stuff that you see on TV, and you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, like, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's after a hard day of playing. If he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer.
Okay, well,
I got a question. I got one. Do you think it's possible
on that? Well, I can't say he's telling the truth, but I mean, at least he did acknowledge that somebody has come out in their neighborhood and said that Sebastian has been found hiding under neighbors' cars before. I was just waiting on him to be like, let's be clear. Like, but he didn't. Good for you, Chris. You get one. You still 1 to 100. Like, you losing by 99 right now.
he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera.
Talking about one back. Yeah, right.
Aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are 2 separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had.
A 3-year-old with a man, and of course you think it's Sebastian.
Can you answer? Was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my family that will not be discussed.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on that.
Okay. So he did confirm that Sebastian was going to be going with Seth in June. He like it? He did at first, but then when he learned that he was going to be doing online school instead of in-person school, meaning not going to beach anymore, which it did seem like he looked very happy in that picture with the teacher he had, then, could he have ran away? Still possible. Could he be somewhere? I don't know. I did notice, like I said, that there was a lot of people.
Can I get Oreo brownies?
Yeah, wait a minute. But there are a lot of people that work at the bowling alley, at the striking fair.
No.
Like a lot of people that work at the striking fair that actually had a mental, disability. Yes. Y'all see he loud. Because boy. So yeah, I did notice that, and then his mom did say that they went there. So I was thinking, maybe he connected, with somebody at the striking fair. Maybe he arranged to. I don't know, but I'm just saying. I don't know, y'all. I'm just throwing out some things since I'm trying not to keep just blaming Chris and Katie. I'm trying to come up with a scenario that he actually did run away, because now Chris is saying that Sebastian didn't want to go live with his daddy because he didn't want to go to virtual school. We don't know.
Medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just
Mhm.
because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things that they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I didn't see any difference. But
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen, because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Gary-
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route. Up the
Well,
street.
and, are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well,
maybe
he had
not
like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yep. I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Not dropping
I
with-
told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
talk,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you, I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
Why is Chris getting all the respect on this platform?
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Where's Seth? Did he get
Oh,
Seth?
Seth,
down?
looks like he did.
I think so. Wait, is this Seth?
Oh, well, I was going to say.
Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll
Looks like he fell
get off the panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just,
Oh,
wanted,
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand.
Just say he.
I've seen what I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now, I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe. And that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming. It's
Oh, I agree. It's
That's
horrible.
what I think. Yeah.
Here they go again. They done said JLR name again. Like what? He was not running around chanting and screaming. Oh wow, these people are really trying to spin the narrative that they were chasing him. Did he do that at the RV park after he'd been missing for weeks and weeks and weeks? Probably. Wow. Oh wow, y'all. So now they trying to blame JLR for Katie Proudfoot not staying home. Wow, y'all.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should
kind
not be that way.
that's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, you know, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Greg.
Bye, Greg.
You know, see.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we call his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on and it'll be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's a cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump on.
I'm texting him.
Okay. we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Agree.
yeah, let's just, I mean, I don't want to give them any,
Right. So let's get to our next question.
okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah. Cause I just wrote some things down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes,
and, and what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it, whatever. I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there and, yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you. I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts with where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and this I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search.
Definitely could be a
we needed to be
away
to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
I would like.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted.
I don't agree.
So please go ahead.
No, that they did something.
Right.
I don't agree with that.
Mainly,
No.
Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
And you shouldn't have to wait.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I've always been doing. You send that to me,
okay, well,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes
for us,
hold on.
to be on your property.
Hold on, Chris. Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all 3 of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
but
good.
Yeah, you have
you
spoken
are very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule.
And he back working
So respect that.
and have to sleep. Ain't nobody respecting that.
I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So Chris, I understand like every marriage is different, and
So
as
now
a
he
wife
back
aspect,
working and got
you seem very protective of Katie and
he don't got time
her
to look for
having
Sebastian.
conversations with or without you.
But
Like
he
I
don't have time to look for Sebastian because he back to work and he got to sleep. Yeah, that's what he said. Mm-hmm.
said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was missing. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful.
Does nothing. All you've been doing is putting gravy on the mashed potatoes, Chris. You ain't told us nothing. Been asking questions with questions. Being all aggressive. Trying to cover up your one lie with another lie and another lie and can't remember the lie that you told last month. Like, what? Don't tell her to come out with it, but you ain't came out with nothing. Now all of a sudden you back to work and gotta eat. Sleep. So basically you don't have time to look for Sebastian. That's pretty much what you should have said. Because you work long hours. And then you gotta get some sleep too, right? So when you're gonna start for Sebastian, it's pretty much what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I have 6 kids. I have businesses too. But I still make time to go out there and hand out flyers, still do, and to search.
This is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we
right.
would really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. Everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, it sounds like a really great day. They did a lot.
Did he have a great day because it was his last?
Like I said, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses. Yep. And she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did say that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. I will. Glad to elaborate.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed therapy. That actually had been started with ABA, so on and so forth before I put him back into the situation because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. It's an online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, there's a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well,
I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I
go
didn't
back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay. So Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris? Say one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he's gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend, or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making.
Is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things, and a lot of times that's where you're going to spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids, so we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he's not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie, my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But we can move on. So
No.
I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris.
Yeah.
That your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good well. You got a question about my
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
phone. Taking somewhere to like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any questions.
I'm not saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris,
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris, can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you.
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
right,
talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement? This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I
Well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. Because in turn, dispelling these things will take some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show,
he is so aggressive up here in defense. Why?
Okay.
We know
I would like to move
why.
on very quickly, but I will say public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea.
Let's be clear. It ain't clearing up nothing.
And I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not help.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have
I did
went.
say that actually several times. And you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find him.
My biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in the back room so we can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Listen, you may not like my opinion.
It don't matter because you ain't answering no questions no way. You asking questions. Get your questions instead of answering the questions.
And everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. but it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly, because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing much.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, wait, okay.
Chris,
So
Let
that's
me
not productive.
finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell
Oh,
Seth when
God,
I'm
you got a
talking,
whole
let me finish.
attitude.
Okay, Seth, let
Whole
me finish.
attitude.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and
Calm
said something
down,
you shouldn't
honey.
have said.
Stop it.
Except, I'll show you the videos.
You know, just
Now, now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally.
If
You had people
anybody
watch us
should
doing
be
it Sunday
mad,
with
it
that visual.
should be Sam. What is
And
going
it's
on
taking
here?
pictures because they were trying to get the juicy information.
Chris,
So let's
can
answer.
we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up. Is it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
What?
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find myself.
Oh
In
my
other words, if you
God.
went,
Yeah.
went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying, Chris?
Yes. That is the
Okay.
whole conversation in reference. You go to a church, you find it.
He been like this the whole time he
I'm
been
sorry,
up
Chris,
here.
finish. I'm
The
sorry.
whole time.
No, I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, you know, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to upset it, Chris.
Y'all don't have to go to church
Okay,
to pray.
yes,
Y'all
You
can
think
pray
that I don't go
right
to
now
church?
on the panel.
Seth, I didn't
Understand?
say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next
Jehovah
question?
God will hear you.
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I
Man,
really
we trying to
appreciate it.
go
And I
to
do think
church
Chris
and
and Seth
you trying
need
to
to
make
talk
you
off
look
air.
good.
Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
Actually, Sebastian.
I'm sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay. So that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier.
I don't know about you.
Right
Direction. Y'all seeing.
Was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about because
I don't see no
some of the
come
things that he cleared
together.
up with me. I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers, trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
Thank you. And I think, you know, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to mostly search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to like center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian. Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just from the you hear from me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said. TBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have.
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together. Heads up, eyes open. See something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI. Call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you know, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it. All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, you know, it's just for evil to exist and continue, is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely.
You might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as if the Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he's saying that there's a lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called TBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow,
We're at dance practice. I'm in mommy duties, but I had to finish this video out.
Helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You want to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him. And I need him back. I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
My son is not here. And I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get
a regular life without my son here?
I'm sorry, Chris. What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right, Seth. I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian. You see it. You say something. You call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important. So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to CBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it. So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something. And this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children. And I would like for you to take your step back and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them. You get to hold them. You get to hug them. You get to give them kisses every night. You get to say, I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do. Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place, and you're doing
How
this
you
for the right
acting
reasons,
right now, you sure is
it's
not the
about
most
me, it's not
liked.
about Seth, it's not about Katie, this is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down.
The son that you don't want around your daughter.
Keep pushing a message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
Well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately. We won't say a word. So anything you need, we
that's
are
why
here.
he wanted to come up there.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
You know what? Let me get this off the stage. Hold up, y'all.
Is it just us?
I'm trying to stop sharing. Hold up.
Is it short?
Yes. No, we're still live. We're still live.
Okay. I was like, okay. Yeah. It's just
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we were trying to get rid of the comments in chat as quickly as possible, and people, yeah, and people were saying, "Do you want me to be a mod? Do you want me to be?" I didn't have time to.
Super spicy.
Now let's hear what else.
Okay, good.
Let's hear the last little part.
Yeah, the bad comments were coming fast and furious, and it's so frustrating.
I've never seen anything so disgusting before.
I know, and it's like, really?
And we've been doing this for what, 4 years now?
I
Some form or another.
Yeah. Oh, I've been doing true crime social media for 20 years. I've never seen as many horrible comments. Both sides, you know. I do.
And we're talking about chat comments, just to clear up for everybody.
Chat, yeah, not here. But I do want to say something. People were accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris. I was, because Chris was so angry and so aggressive, and I was trying to calm him down, and I wanted to but he was just kept exploding, and that's just not going to help. I was trying to get that message across to him, and I don't know if I did, you know. So it
also,
was.
You were trying to make sure Seth got a chance to speak. That
Well,
they both
yeah.
got a chance to speak, you know.
And Chris had been on there longer than Seth. So anyway, it was just it was very frustrating. So I will admit that I was helping Seth more for 2 reasons. Chris was so angry and was just exploding, and I was trying to give Seth time to respond. So That's why. Anyway, yeah, I do, Elizabeth. I feel like Chris is his own worst enemy, and I don't know how to get through to him. That he's just making it worse
Right,
by
he
getting
is his
angry.
own
Like
worst enemy.
it doesn't help, because here's the thing: you're not going to change the idiots out there that come in and say these horrible things. You're not.
Right.
You're just not. And like
You can't
yelling at them,
change
calling
them
them names,
people.
it's not going to help. It's
You
just
can
going
try
to make you
pray
look
for
like an angry
them, but
person.
God will handle them at the
It's
end of
hard,
the day.
but as we know, you've got to ignore those people.
And that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard, but you need to. I mean,
but here's the thing: these two families, like I said, they didn't know. One day they're going along, all of a sudden they're boom in the middle of social media, and unless you've been in it, it's almost impossible to ignore these things. And you want to respond because you think, okay, if I get out there and respond and tell the truth, then everybody will see. Well, it doesn't matter because the trolls will be the trolls, you know. And if anybody found that upsetting to listen to, you could have left at any time. And I offered to end it so these two could talk, and Chris said no. Chris said no. So I tried.
Right.
You know, if they want to talk on this platform, I am more than happy to let them talk. But exactly. And again, nobody is forced to sit into this chat or into this, you know, to listen to this. So, and here I am getting all defensive about people making comments about me, and I'm saying, oh, don't listen. And I'm doing just not even taking my own advice. But anyway, okay, I think that's it. I think I need a break.
Yeah.
But please, everybody, get the word out about Sebastian. We'll put links in the description where you can get the flyers and do all of that. Okay. So
and there's a petition that needs signed.
Yes.
Yeah.
A petition, and there's a GoFundMe to help with search. What is Gray saying? Is he in here causing problems again? What is he saying? I didn't see him.
Whatever he wants.
Whatever he wants.
Yep. Whatever he wants.
Well, people are getting mad at him and people are agreeing with him. So I know he's just being Gray.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now I want to bring up, there's a comment that just, Lily D, I need my blood pressure meds too. Somebody just said, Chris wants money. I've never heard that. I've never heard anything about Chris wanting money. Have you?
No, I haven't.
And so I think that's a terrible thing to say. Just here's the thing: your words have power. For God's sakes, remember that. You know,
when you know Chris works, they have a house, they have these things, so they have money to pay for them. So I don't understand what.
And the GoFundMe is for the search. Chris Proudfoot's have not put up a GoFundMe. You know, so you know, just when it comes to stuff like that, and just act like it's no big deal. That's a horrible thing to say about somebody without proof. You know, because your words have power. Now people will read that and think, oh, that's true. So anyway. Okay, poor Ping. I think he was going to go live tonight. I certainly hope he does. And thank you, Ping. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. So he's going to come on and go, you guys are not going to believe what I just saw. Oh, my God. I need some normalcy here, people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will be back Monday night at 10:30 Eastern. Ping the Router is going to go live here in just a moment. That is Nights with Ping. And I think that's it. I want to thank Heather and Chloe for coming on, and Chris and Seth. That was quite a surprise. We didn't know. And I'm glad they were here. So I hope that they will talk behind the scenes and get this straightened out. All right. Okay, everybody. I will. We'll see you Monday. And thank you for the mods. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. So wait a minute. You said, why was the parent of the school kids asking if anyone else kid told them that Sebastian Rogers was asking them to put him in the trash can at the school and put him in the trash bag? What? Mama. What? How about you? That was no. No. Oh, well, I didn't hear that. So, like, what, he wanted to disappear? Is that what you're saying?
Mama, that camera to the car.
Yeah.
He just came up to the car.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. We just put up at dance practice. My two girls are in dance practice, and we sit in the parking lot for 2 hours. And sometimes I go live, but most of the time we just sit here. They play games. Ooh, Jaleel, we didn't bring out games. You know the game. The game. We didn't bring it.
Oh, I'm so glad you were here, miss. I didn't see you. I went in the store. I said, who's driving that black or Chevrolet and the little kids and I'm playing? I'm scared they're going to make
it. You didn't know I wasn't here. What?
Oh, Lord. That's when I went back in the store. I seen them little kids playing, but I ain't seen.
So you didn't see me, and I'm right here.
Okay, I'm mailing though, but I ain't mean no harm. I'm just looking out for them.
Okay,
you know?
I understand.
What's happening?
Y'all about to roll up.
How y'all little pretty people doing? Y'all all right? Okay, y'all have.
It won't. Nah, those three definitely won't work together. Okay, y'all. So let me tell y'all. Let me tell y'all the story. So y'all see I'm sitting up here in the car, right? I bent down, looked down, anything like that. Shiloh was up there. I guess the man right here didn't see me in the car, so he done went in the store asking the man who drives the black Impala, like some kids to get in the car by themselves. People need to open up their eyes before they go reporting that type of stuff, because clearly I'm sitting in here in the car with my kids. Like what? You didn't mean no harm. You should have been apologizing and then going back in the store and telling the man that the mama in the car and been in the car. Like what?
Mama.
What? Mama. What, Jalea? What? No, you're not getting my phone. No. Well, that's your fault. You're not getting my phone.
Your fault.
No, it's not my fault.
So come on, so could play that a little.
But yeah, y'all, that's crazy. What y'all think about the interview? Which y'all been giving me a lot of feedback. A lot of feedback. A lot of feedback. Yeah, right, all the contradictions in his story. Like you trying to tell us stuff only not to tell us. He have these types of black shirts, but then when we ask, okay, well, which one was missing? I don't know. Like, just crazy. So yeah, I'm about to end this review was pretty long. I expected it to be this long. So we're at dance practice for the next 2 hours. So I'm about to spin it with these two. So hope y'all enjoyed that video. Hit the like, share, subscribe, comment.
I'm gonna hear you.
You know, let me know your thoughts. And I'll see you guys later.
Let me get my haircut.
The toilet because all these kids, my house is always crazy because all these.
Said little chick, you come book with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is passports, international shoes. Hit the resorts, I can stay at both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick to switch my room up, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't gotta work, I make travel moves. No 9 to 5, I make travel.
Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. I said I don't get no peace. All 52 weeks, 6 dang kids, keep my social life cease. Yeah. House full of kids, yeah, look like a team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up the stream. Giving everything I got to them, it's all my life seems. Look over there, Lily made a mess. Do I look stressed? The answer's yes. Gave her apple slices on her plate. She spit the pillars back in my face. She never sleep, she never rests. Thank God she's off the breast. Shiloh with milk on his face. He's gonna fuss cause they all in his face. All these toys, I'm like, oh my, they love your too, but like, Lord, why? I want y'all to park those hoverboards, rolling on the right side. Get them snakes and still talk back when we out there to know how to act. Yes, I cook, I damn sure clean, so let me show you how to make these beans. Gobble it, swallow it, drip down the summer nip, quick back in the smack before you try to turn the flip. Tell them they can cheat, they can just bleed. Virtual school for ours kids, run up my power, talk that mess. Begging for a sip, all y'all want my juice and they want my nip. I never have to shower, just made up mind that they're gonna bother. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Look out, there's more tissue, I need some wet wipes. I need them calm, got me ready to fight. Shiloh just went, I smell popcorn. He needs a bell, my body's worn. They just formed in, that's why spinning. Bit my lip, boy, you about to be winning. When they quiet and snuck outside, they opened up snakes that I thought I snatched. Tired of yelling at my seat, I really just need to give me some weed. Y'all need to put that dangly thing back on the back of the remote. I forget their names every single day. They barely take naps. All they want to do is play. They run down the house like the cops are behind me. I try to hide and I try to find me. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 House full of kids. I have a basketball team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up this stream. Giving everything I got to them. That's all my life seems. I heard a smash. They broke their glass. All these dang kids. Get that bucket and a mop. Y'all some wild old kids. Macaroni in the pot for all these dang kids. I'm talking a lot for all these dang kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got